Okay. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, we welcome our on-site participants and those participants that have joined us online to the second edition of our Youth Empowerment Program for the year 2022. My name is Dr. Ndudi Bowe. I'm the country manager for the Rose of Sharon Foundation. You're all welcome. Thank you all for being here. To begin, we'd like to ask one of our youth participants on site, a volunteer, to give us an opening prayer. Please, who would help us to kickstart that? So I can hand over the mic to you. Someone, please. A youth volunteer online to give us an opening prayer. On site, sorry, I mean. All right, thank you, ma'am. Please, can somebody hand over another mic to her?
Right, in Jesus' name. We pray for the people you are going to use to minister to us. We pray that you touch them, oh Lord. You use them mightily today in the name of Jesus. This program will not be ordinary. It will be something we remember years to come in the mighty name of Jesus. After this seminar, our lives will be touched positively in the name of Jesus. We will go on blessed and become channels of blessing to others through this in Jesus' name. Father, we thank you for answers prayers. In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen. Thank you so much. Thank you. God bless you. I'm sure we all know that the world population is about 7.1 billion. And statistics says that 1.8 billion of this total world population are the youth population that make up 1.8 billion of the total 7.1 billion people will have globally in the entire world. But recent reports from UNICEF, International Labour Organization, and The Economist says that 621 million youths of this 1.8 billion are not working, they are not under any training, and they are not in school. And that is supposed to be about 25% of the total world population. So that means that the youth with that number, that 25%, are set to take the future socioeconomically. But when you have that number not working, not schooling, undergoing any form of training, it means that our future is in jeopardy of having a sustainable community that can withstand the economic challenges and realities of our time. That's the truth. This is even more worrisome for poor economies like our country, Nigeria. Very, very worrisome. Now, the recent 2022 International Labour Organization Global Youth Employment Trend says that one of the key sustainable ways or recourse to address this issue is by capacity building. Building the capacity of our youth population to prepare for the future, to be able to have the skills and the wherewithal to be able to stand the economic hardships that are coming or that we're currently going through and the change that we're all experiencing. So today, in this second edition of the Rose of Sharon Foundation Youth Empowerment Program, we are set to discuss 3 key sustainable solutions that have been mentioned by this report. One of them is creating or building a personal brand, developing that distinctiveness in what you do. Maybe your products, your services, your personality, your competence, your professionalism. It could be any of those. The second one is upskilling, advancing your skill for the future of work. And the third one is expanding your mindset. For us to continue, I would like us to welcome one of our board members, a trustee, and our line supervisor at the Rose of Sharon Foundation, Mr. Folarin Alakija, as he brings us the welcome address.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Folarin Alakija. I am one of the directors of the Rose of Sharon Foundation. I'd like to welcome all attendees to this morning's seminar, which covers the topic of building sustainable solutions for youth employment. Now, this subject is rather broad, but we're going to break it down into 3 separate categories that include creating a personal brand, which is highly important in order to distinguish oneself. Second topic we're going to be covering is going to be advancing one's skill set. And a third sort of a linked subject with the third topic is expanding your mindset for the future of work. Now, what does this mean? So creating a personal brand is highly important because in any business, one of the key ways of improving your business or becoming successful is being able to stand out from all the others. The competitive landscape that most people find themselves in whatever business they decide to choose in, is usually very broad and it's usually very diverse. Now, the distinction between one brand and another can be the difference between becoming successful or unsuccessful. And the key way that most people highlight or recognize that how to stand out or to be different is to actually have an original idea. These things are somewhat difficult because in this day and age, having a truly original idea is rare. But if having an original idea is not something that is achievable, then being able to separate oneself from your other potential competitors is how you will be able to separate yourself from the pack. Now, this can be involved in multiple different ways and different factors. And I find the key to this is several keys to this. And one is creating a brand that's sort of, or a business that sort of highlights your personality. So your personality type is going to be imprinted upon this business that you are in the process of creating or have already created. And in order for you to stand out as an individual, you yourself have to sort of imprint these values that you ascertain towards your business. So in some circumstances, there are different types of people who run their businesses, right? There are certain people who are the take charge type and who feel like they need to be completely hands-on with everybody and everything. And there's the other people who decide to be more delegating. They're like delegating their tasks separately because they trust their employees and their staff members in order to them, and then they take their opinions in and they take in their advice. And these sort of decisions of how you run this business are sort of determined by what your personality type is. Now, some people are a more collaborative type, like I mentioned earlier on, and some people are more of the, I need to do everything sort of myself judge. Now, those 2 ways can work depending upon what kind of structure that you have in place. Now, if you have a small, very small business, right, which only requires 1 or 2 people to run it, then obviously delegating is probably not going to work, right? Especially if you're a small business and you're an individual, you're going to have to be more hands-on, and you're going to have to be more more dedicated towards doing a bit of a jack of all trades and mastering everything. Now, this can be somewhat, problematic if that's your personality type. Some people are really good at working in groups, and some people are really good at working as individuals. In order to figure out what kind of business that you're going to operate in, you're going to have to work out which sort of category you're going to fit into in that respect. When you tend to find that you are running a very small business and you have to do everything yourself, you're going to find that your time has to be, and the way you utilize your time has to be key. It is key. Your time management skills is one of these things that you're going to have to learn in order to maximize, because you cannot afford to be lackadaisical, or in order for you to say, well, I'm just going to leave that to somebody else to do, because there is nobody else to do it. You're the only person, or maybe you're working with a partner and you're the only two people. So you're going to have to find that. You're going to find that in that circumstances, you're going to have to be supremely dedicated to your work. You will find that in order to be successful in any business, no matter what type of business it's going to be, you are going to have the passion and the drive and determination for it. And you tend to find that people that are really successful in no matter what function and no matter what business type they have, they absolutely love what they do. So if you were to go out and start your own business and you are sort of unenthused about it, and it's really challenging, and you don't particularly feel like doing it, or you're not getting anything emotionally back from it, you'll tend to find that people like that tend to not succeed in the future. The real key to it is loving what you do and going in every single day with the mindset that I'm going to be successful because I love what I do, and I can be good at this, and I can outperform the people that are around me or in my area. Those are some really important things that you will tend to find. In terms of the subject of advancing your skill set, this realistically is about learning, right? And this can come in multiple different ways. Some people learn through doing, by trying, by using more performative actions, by more practical ways of doing it. And there's the more theoretical ways, by absorbing knowledge the old school way, which is by reading, right? Again, this also fits in depending upon what type of person that you are. I tend to find that my skill set is a mix of both. I learn by both reading a lot of information, and then by going out and performing that action in a repetitive way and seeing that theory be put into practice. Now, obviously, when you're running a business, right, taking risks is going to be part of it. And in order for you to learn if something works, you're going to have to go out and go try whatever it is that you're trying. It might not work, but learning something can be key in order for you to recognize that I'm knowing early these things that do and do not work can give you advantages in the future, to not necessarily to learn from mistakes that were made previously. But realistically, this is about expanding your circle of competence, right? It's difficult for me to start saying, well, if I wanted to I'm more theory learner, what books do I read? It's realistic and really difficult subject for me to just go, read this book and read that book. That's going to be something you're going to have to figure out on your own. There are multiple different books and different subjects and different authors with different opinions on it. And it's really difficult to weed out the ones that are good and the bad. But what I do know is that even the most successful CEOs of all time are consistently learning day in, day out. You will find the top CEOs on planet Earth that are consistently talking about books that they read and things that they're learning all the time. The learning process never stops. And if that's what the best is doing, that's what you have to do as well. Expanding your skill set by continuously learning. And then the third subject that we're talking about, which was expanding your mindset for the future of work. This is realistically about being ahead of the curve, right, of whatever work businesses that you're in. Recognizing what trends that are happening and what changes that are happening, and being able to keep up with those things that are going on, right? People several years ago, Jeff Bezos was a visionary, right? He was one of these people that recognized that the internet was a game changer. And he created Amazon, the idea that the internet was going to be able to drive all things with commerce. And he was a step ahead of everybody else, because he recognized that building a business, recognizing that the information superhighway, the internet, it was going to change everything. And he was ahead of everybody else. And obviously, Amazon is one of the biggest companies on planet Earth because he was able to foresee this thing that was this massive new change that was going on. Now, living in the technology age that we do, you're tending to find that changes are happening consistently, shifting under our feet at all times, and it's become very difficult to keep up. But this sort of goes back into my second point about advancing your skill set, right? About the learning, right? The ability for you to be able to know and understand what you need to do next sort of comes from this knowledgeable base. And one of the things that you find that can absolutely help you is networking, right? Being able to socialize and to integrate yourself with other like-minded people whom are driven, are within the same business that you are potentially in, is hugely important, because you tend to find that, and then this is probably an overused term, that your net worth is your network, right? So the ability to connect with other people that are potentially can able to help you with whatever aspects that you are trying to learn, you are trying to gain insight from, you are trying to gain favor from, you will tend to find that having a large network of people that who are maybe you are able to reach out to for certain issues and certain problems that can potentially help you overcome certain obstacles that you haven't foreseen, whom you can also learn from and who can also teach you from. Those things will be very, very key. And you tend to find that once you've developed this big enough network and you're socializing with people that whom are as driven as you are and dedicated as you are, and they could be in the same business as you are and a different business that you are, you tend to find that you get the self-fulfilling, you get the sort of flywheel effect of sort of like you learning from them learning from you, and you tend to find that you become self-improved in a way that sometimes can be organic and sometimes can be inorganic. It really depends. But those are really the three subjects that we wanted to talk to you about today. And I hope that everybody gets a good understanding of what we're trying to teach you here today. And I just wanted to say thank you again for attending today's seminar. And I hope you guys get something very informative from us today's lesson. Thank you very much.
I would like to say a very big thank you to Mr. Lakija for giving us that sneak peek into the great insights that await participants at today's program. We all know that since the pandemic began in 2020, it's no more work as usual. Even as a working class, you need to be able to stand out in the workplace. As an entrepreneur, you need to stand out in the marketplace. Things are changing and the change is still evolving. So we are hoping that today, from this program, we'll be able to impact our youth participants and our youth population and create a transformation in the youth employment trend. It's our hope. I would like to continue by presenting our seasoned speakers to our participants, those are online and those that are on site. And I would like to do that by reading out their profile. So can we have the profile of our facilitators displayed? Thank you. First, we have Mrs. Ayodeji Bebope. She's the founder, MD, CEO of No Leftovers Nigeria Limited. This is a full-scale catering outfit which started with a takeoff capital of 1,000 Naira in 2007 with the sale of local bean cakes that we all know as Moi Moi, which has now grown. She has now grown the business into what today has an annual turnover that runs into millions of Naira. Ayo was one of the first women worldwide to benefit from the 10,000 Women Initiative sponsored by Goldman Sachs, a program set up to empower 10,000 underserved women worldwide with formal business skills and education. Today, she's an ambassador of the 10,000 Women Initiative. She has graced numerous local and international platforms and thus became an inspiration to many. She was a speaker at the Clinton Global Initiative in New York with world leaders in attendance and has also addressed the annual general meeting of Goldman Sachs in New York, both in 2009. In December 2011, Ayo was invited by the Prime Minister of the Republic of Turkey for the second Global Summit on Entrepreneurship to speak on the panel session titled Global Entrepreneurship Revolution. In April 2013, she was one of the 3 women nominated to represent Nigeria in the Fortune 7 US State Department Global Women's Mentoring Program, a partnership which connects talented emerging women leaders of all over the world with members of Fortune's most powerful women leaders for a month-long mentorship program in the US. In March 2014, Ayo was invited to speak at the White House in celebration of International Women's Day. In June 2016, Ayo was invited as a panelist at the United States of Women Conference Summit, where she spoke alongside Mr. Warren Buffett on her journey as an entrepreneur. She was also privileged to deliver an address at a State House dinner in Washington, D.C., where she welcomed the First Lady of the United States of America, Mrs. Michelle Obama. In January 2019, Ayo was at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, to talk about her journey as an entrepreneur. Ayo is a graduate of the Enterprise for Development Center, EDC, where she completed her certificate in entrepreneurial management program. She's also a graduate of the Manchester Business School, where she earned a diploma in business administration. Ayo is the pioneer president of the Nigerian chapter of the Association of Businesswomen in Commerce and Industry and the convener of the Grace Ladies International Business Ministries. She is committed to spreading and sharing the importance of women empowerment and inspire others on the possibilities and advantages of starting small and growing big. Ayo continues to grow no leftovers. She's happily married and blessed with 2 children. Mrs. Ayode Jimebokwe, we are happy to have you here, ma'am. You're welcome. Second, we have Mrs. Joy Nkechi Owo. Thank you. With over 20 years of professional experience, Mrs. Joy Nkechi Owo founded Epic Joy Consulting Limited, a learning and management solution company. She is a John Maxwell certified speaker and trainer and an online course content creator. Drawing from her wealth of experience working in different industries, Mrs. Owo collaborates with various organizations as an independent consultant, a trainer, a strategist, mentor, and coach. She possesses an MBA from Richmond College, American University in London. She's extremely passionate about empowering lives and driving sustainable change. Mrs. Joy Nkechi Owo, we're so happy to have you here. Thank you, ma'am. You're welcome. And thirdly, we have Dr. Enoch Adewumi Oyeduton. Thank you. Mr. Enoch Adewumi Oyeduton is a developmental communication and health behavioral change advocate. He's a brand management and business development practitioner, non-profit fundraiser, and CSR strategist, partners, donors, and public relations consultant, and media studies researcher. He has over a decade of a career in both internal and external communications as accomplished partner relations and communications manager. He's dedicated to providing superior management and organizational abilities to handle several current tasks. He has an outstanding track record in branding and public relations management, interpersonal and social media communications, and email marketing initiatives. He has served and still serving in various capacities. These include that he is the Senior Manager, HOD, Partners Relations, Fundraising, Grants, and Mobilization Department of the Christian Broadcasting Network, Nigeria. He's a country consultant, advocacy, communication, and partnership mobilization, ACSMS, of Everlasting Joy Foundation, Maryland, USA. He's a consultant, corporate communications, branding and procurement of Wata Fafu, Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, Federal Capital Territory in Nigeria. He's a channel manager, Flame TV, a subsidiary of Christian Broadcasting Network Africa, which is known as the 700 Club. He's a senior partner and CEO, Dean Communications and Consulting Limited. Mr. Oyeduton has a master's in mass communication, public relations at University of Nigeria, Nsukka in Nigeria. He has a Bachelor of Arts in mass communication in University of Benin. He also has a Doctor of Philosophy, which we know as PhD, in mass communication in the University of Nsukka in Nigeria. Dr. Oyeduton, you are welcome, sir. We're so happy and delighted to have you grace our occasion. God bless you. Finally, he's married to his lovely wife, and they are blessed with children. Thank you so, so much. Yeah, before we call on our first facilitator to take the floor, I would like to make a brief announcement. So if you are online, you can type your questions in the chat box or send your questions into a phone number that will be displayed, because after the presentations, we're going to have a Q&A session. So please type in your questions and send your questions to that phone number so that when the time comes, we can read out your questions, and then our facilitators, whoever the questions are directed to, can also answer them for you. And for those who are on site, please jot your questions down on the jotter you are giving so you don't forget your questions, so that when the time comes, it will be easy for you to get the mic and then ask your question. We ask our participants on site and online to follow us on social media through the social media handles that will be displayed. So you will see the handles displayed. So we encourage you to follow the Rose of Sharon Foundation across our social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and the like. Thank you so much for that. So to kickstart and not to waste much time, I would like to welcome our first facilitator, Mrs. Ayodeji Mepope, to take the floor. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I hope it's okay to stand. Yes, because it's not so comfortable standing. Okay, good morning, everybody. How are we doing this morning? I don't want to destroy your setting. You want me to sit down? Okay, I should feel free. Okay. So good morning. I want to say good morning to the convener, the visionary behind this great initiative, Apostle Mrs. Folorunsho Alakija. I also want to say good morning to Mr. Folarin Alakija. Thank you, Dr. Bowie, for introducing us so graciously. Good morning, my namesake, Mrs. Joy. Mrs. Joy, I want to pronounce it, Owo. And of course, Mr. Enoch Oyeduton. You know, listening to your profile made me shiver. I remember a lot, I just kept remembering a lot of things about the things my father told me. I want you to read to PhD level, to become a professor. And when I was listening to your profile, I said, this is the person my father said I should be. I celebrate your achievements, sir, and I celebrate your achievements too. So good morning to everybody once again, and congratulations for being here. This light is in my face. Congratulations for being here. I'm sorry if I'm going to mess anything up. Congratulations for being here, and a hearty congratulations to those who came early. How much have you paid for this class? Tell me how much you paid for this class. Have you paid anything? You know, sometimes we find out that the things that are free are not, you know, taken well advantage of. But for those who came late, I'm sure you will not do this again. But for those who came early, well done. You know, you've heard my profile. I just want to say this before I get into my slides. You've heard my profile. And what brought me to this point was a free class. A free class. I'm sure a lot of you are wondering how, from 1,000 moi, how did this happen? I'm going to be sharing my story as I go on, but I want you to please note that when you are given opportunities like this, you make the best use of these opportunities. You never know who you will meet. You never know what will happen. Okay? So I'm glad to say I'm married. I'm happily married. I see young people in the house, and you remind me of my children. Okay, I've been married next year, January, February, make it 30 years of marriage. And my husband and I are blessed with wonderful children. Our son is 28 and our daughter is 26. Okay, you know, I always like to establish that, especially when I'm talking to young people, because sometimes when I'm talking, they're like, I get anyone now. What's she talking about? So that they will know that she's also a mother in the house. Okay, I'm going into my slide. First slide, please. I'm basically going to be talking about how you brand, how you rebrand, and how you remain relevant to the changing times and seasons we're in. You will agree with me that times and seasons are changing. You heard Dr. Bowie say, you know, after the pandemic, a lot of things have happened. A lot of us are still recovering, but I want you to know that the earlier you recover, the better for you. okay? But as much as the challenges are enormous, the opportunities are also there. I'm waiting for my slide to come up. The opportunities are also there. You have a lot of opportunities, and you can see the opportunities. Some of us don't see. Some of us see the problems. The problems are there. The problems are a lot. Nigeria is going through a lot. I say Nigeria is going through labor pains. You know, we're going through labor pains. We want to birth something different. The youth are jackpotting, right? Every day, even my own children have jackpot. And I'm asking them, Paloma, who will now remain? Say you and your husband. I say, okay. But we believe everybody cannot jackpot. That's the truth. We all wish we had the opportunity to leave, right? If somebody says, if we had said the first few people to get here will get free visas to America, you know that we're going to have a problem here on this road. You agree with me? But the truth is you do never know what will give you that opportunity. You will not even be queuing for visas. They'll be calling you and you'll be looking at yourself and you'll be saying, how did I get here? And that's the most beautiful thing, because any country you go into, as you are now as a Nigerian, you'll be a second-class citizen. Even when they give you green card, that's not where you really, really belong to. I'm buying time for my presentation. Okay, so the first thing I want to tell us is that please enjoy the ride. Enjoy being Nigerian. Enjoy being in Nigeria. Enjoy being who you are, because it is at the end of the day who you are now that will produce who you should be and who you really want to be, that will produce the type of life that you really, really want to live. Okay? All right. Okay, so while we're waiting for my slides, let's break the ice. I'm going to ask for our names. Tell us where you are, what you do. Okay, young man in glasses, you came early. Introduce yourself to us. Can I get a second mic? Waiting for, okay, my slide. Okay, I've called you, so you still introduce yourself. You can use my mic.
All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Daniel Gotson. I'm a video editor and a digital artist.
Put your hands together for him. Okay, am I right? Am I ready? Is it good? Okay. I wish we could arrange it better. Okay. So the theme of this conversation is the new lens. Well, the new lens to entrepreneur. Well, because I'm going to be talking more about entrepreneurship. So I had to tweak the topic a bit. We're talking about youth employment, building sustainable solutions for youth employment, the new lens, building sustainable solutions to youth employment. I added and empowerment because I'm talking on entrepreneurship, the new lens to entrepreneurship. Okay, so let's go. I wish I could change this myself. Okay, so now my background, my outline. We're going to be looking at the Nigerian youth demographic. We're looking at the state of the nation, all the challenges. Then we're going to be looking at the concept of entrepreneurship, building an entrepreneurial mindset, leadership and types of leadership, and then your identity. Who are you? And what does the future hold for you? Okay, so background. You know the Nigerian youth demographic. Nigeria is the most populous Black nation and home to around 200 million people. Over 33.6 million Nigerians are between 15 and 35 years old. In the nearest future, the youth will increasingly form the bulk of the country's population. That's why we are taking you very seriously. And that is why the different investments are made into you. Okay? So please, ground rules, all phones on silent. Just check. You know, sometimes you forget. Just bring out your phones. Bring out your phones. Just bring out your phones. Don't assume. Sometimes we assume they're on silent. They're not on silent. So bring out your phones. Make sure your phones are on silent. Okay? Or put them on vibrate mode. Okay. Unemployment has more than tripled in the last 5 years. And the Nigerian youth unemployment problem portends a bleak future with millions of angry and frustrated youths. How many of us are angry at what is happening? She didn't even think twice, just like, I cannot come and kill myself. I'm very, very angry. And I'm sure that we all are. Look at what happened with NSAS. Look at what's happening with the academic institution of, what's the name? ASU, yes, ASU, and then our students are protesting. You can't blame them, it's frustrating. So they have to react, all right? So state of the nation, we have different challenges, but I just chose 4. Okay, so there's bad leadership, corruption. That is, it's everywhere. It's just in our faces, every aspect of the economy. You want to pay NEPA bill, you want to do this. There's corruption everywhere. Unemployment, poor education system, non-diversification. Okay, but I'm not going to focus on the problems today. We're here for solutions, right? Okay, all right. So we're looking at the concept of entrepreneurship. The journey of entrepreneurship is one which involves risks, a lot of risk. You know what risk is all about? You're like, should I do it? Should I not do it? What if I do it and I lose? What if I, you're like between 2 decisions. Okay, I haven't finished though. They've moved my, yes. And then it requires innovation. You have to be innovative to be a successful entrepreneur. Okay, who is an entrepreneur? An entrepreneur is somebody that sees an opportunity, is able to take advantage, sees an opportunity, sees problems, is able to create solutions, take advantage of the problems, and what maximize the opportunities, the challenges on ground to be able to make profit. Okay, so an entrepreneur must be able to take risks. You must be innovative. Now, when I say, some words stare you in the face and they look so big, and you're like, maybe it's for those people with degrees and everything. But you know that your level, even the way you're dressed, is an innovation. All right, you've dressed up this morning based on what you have. A lot of us, especially the women, will probably stood in front of our wardrobes and what will I wear today? At the end of the day, you have worn what you have, right? Some people borrow to wear to please people, but I'm not talking about those people. I'm assuming that everybody here is wearing what belongs to them, okay? So innovation, you find out that you can be innovative in everything. Your hairstyle is an innovation. The way you're wearing your trousers is an innovation. Some people are sagging, but it's okay if you want to sag, if that's the image you want to portray, so that you find out that in every step to create innovation, it's actually what is on the inside of you that you're revealing. Okay, some people are doing some things today not because they're convinced, it's because they have seen other people do it. And so, but we're going to get in there. How do I brand? What's branding all about? And then why do I have to rebrand? If you're saying this is branding, and then you're not talking of rebranding, why can't I just stay the same way I am? We'll see how it goes. Okay, so consistency. You want to be successful. Remember, we're talking about successful. We're not just talking about anyhow people. We're talking about people who want to be successful at what they're doing. People want to be successful in their businesses. And I do not want to look at you to look at yourself and think that I'm too young. Who am I? Me, 12. And I know that there's no 12-year-old here. So we're all adults. So at your age, you need to begin to learn consistency, resilience. What's the meaning of resilience? Continue to do things regardless of the challenges and the pushbacks that you experience. And of course, I know you experience a lot of pushbacks, right? You want to do things and things are hindering you from doing what you want to do. Sometimes the main thing that is hindering you is money. How do you keep forging ahead regardless of the fact that you don't have money? Okay, and then of course, I love what Mr. Folani Alaki just said. He spoke about continuous learning. He said even the top CEOs of the world are still engaging in continuous learning. So if they are, who am I? Who are you not to? Okay, so the next slide is a quote that I came up with. Building an entrepreneurial mindset. A vision remains a vision until you focus to do the work. A vision remains a vision. I want to go to America. I want to be the next big star. I want to be the next Wizkid. I want to be the next Davido. It remains a vision until you put in the work. And remember, the work requires people. Mr. Folani spoke about your network and your, I didn't hear that, your network and your, say it like you mean, like you really, really understand what you're saying. Your network and your net worth. Okay, all right. So let's go to the next slide. All right. So building an entrepreneurial mindset certainly would require your brand. Your brand, what's your brand? Your brand is your identity. Your brand, when we talk about branding in business, it's just, now, I want to ask a question. Which eatery I noticed something this morning. I just noticed it this morning, actually. There's an eatery, there's an eatery in Lagos, in Nigeria, but in Lagos that is rebranding. It was high up there a long time ago, but now suddenly there's a change. Who knows the eatery? Who has observed? Mr. Biggs, thank you. Mr. Biggs. And what have they started doing? What's the first thing you, as an outsider that has not even entered, what's the first thing you noticed about them? Pardon? The building, their logo, their pictures are suddenly bright. They've changed everything. Everything is looking different. That's their brand. Your brand is your identity. The way you're dressed today. You know, you're looking at me, you're meeting me for the first time. For some of you, or most of you, meeting me for the first time. I haven't seen any face I know. But you might know me. But you know, when you see somebody, what's the first thing you notice about the person? The person's appearance. And that's why your brand starts with your appearance. It starts with everything, not just your appearance, everything about you, your body language, your mannerism, the words that come out of your mouth. If the first thing we hear, if you enter this room and just enter this room here, oh, Loshi, what is the first impression we have about you? This is a Raz person. Let me just move aside. Okay? So your brand, we're talking about entrepreneurship. We're talking about the new lens. How do we build sustainability? You know what sustainability means? Sustainability is that we want it to remain, not as we want what we're doing to remain, we want it to continue. It doesn't mean we just want it to continue, we want it to grow. And so we're saying to ourselves, and I want you to listen attentively, that your brand starts with your brand, your personality, your identity. But we can't even begin to talk about your brand if you don't even know who you are. Okay, sorry. Your identity is who you are. Do you know who you are? If I ask you who you are, who can tell me who he or she is? Raise your hand. I want to hear someone tell me who he or she is. Who are you? How would you define yourself? Can I have a volunteer? One or two. You're a man and a woman. Yes. Is there a roving mic? Yes, okay, so we're coming to you. Can we have a man? I have a lady already. She's here. Can we have a man? Men, don't fall my hand though. I will call you. I will just call you. Let's hear the lady. Who are you? And I'm going to call a man. So be ready. Who are you?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tombra. I'm a go-getter. That's who I am. Thank you.
She's what's she? Go-getter. Did you even hear her voice? Like, I love the woman that led prayers. That's the first thing. Some of you did not look back to see who was speaking, but you heard her voice. If she said, good morning, everybody. My name is, like, won't you come to a conclusion about who she is? And then she said, good morning, everybody. My name is I am a go-getter. You're like, seriously? Are you joking with that type of voice? It starts from there. It starts from everything about you. We're not talking about money yet. We're not talking about money. We're not even talking about your qualification. We're not talking about your academics. We're not talking about anything. We're talking about what is inside of you. And we take it for granted so many times. We don't pay attention to it. We think we're ordinary and you're just walking the streets of Lagos and you're just, no. Now, let me hear a man, a volunteer, before I call somebody. Your prayer will not be answered this morning if you're saying, God, you cannot see me. I've seen you. That young man there at the edge. Yes. Auntie, at the edge, at the back. Wow, I hear you. Wow, awesome. Yes.
Good morning, all.
Good morning.
My name is Emmanuel. I'm an industrial revolutionist.
Oh, Lobato, did you hear him? We should be careful. We have a revolutionist in our midst, and he didn't want to talk. Please celebrate him. Mr. Emmanuel, respect, sir. All of you are watching Big Brother Nigeria right now. Everybody has an impression of Shanks. Everybody has an impression of Fini. So that you know that's me too, because I have young people around me. Even if I don't want to watch, as I'm passing, I'm hearing them making comments, and then I'll sit down and say, what's happening? Everybody has an impression of, what's Shank's girlfriend's name? Bella. You people are here pretending as if you're not watching. And everybody has an impression. You'll say that that Shags is this, Shags is the Kinikon, Bella is everybody has an impression of them. Unfortunately, they have put themselves in the before our eyes. So we're watching them. Big Brother is very horrible because you're seeing everything. They're sleeping, you're seeing them, they're drinking, you're seeing them. But the truth is, that is how your creator is seeing you. And that is how the world might not be seeing you. But those things you do behind closed doors will eventually emerge. That's what you will produce. So we're talking about, don't let me waste too much time about that. I believe I've sorted out what your job, so your brand is your image. And so as I've spoken about you, imagine it in your business, because your personal brand is what will reflect in your business. And Mr. Falani said it. At the end of the day, your personal brand, your identity, what you're all about. If you're slothful, if you're lazy, if you're all about average, it will show. But if you're a woman or a man of excellence, it will show. If you're one of diligence, of consistency, at the end of the day, it will show. And that is why I want you to be very, very, some of us don't know, but today you're hearing, but be very, very intentional about every step you take, how you sit. When I get into a class, am I slouching? It says a lot about you. It gives a defeatist image. If I come into class and I'm like this. So be mindful and intentional about everything about you. You may not know it, but now you're hearing. Let's go. So now to rebrand. So you might have a particular brand, a particular way of doing things, but we're not saying now, check it. The way we're doing things before COVID is not the same way we're doing it now. Everybody is rebranding, we're refocusing, we're shifting, we're readjusting ourselves, okay? And then adaptability, the quality of being able to adjust to new conditions. There are new conditions every day. Peradventure, see, I spoke to a lady. I have one of my PAs. She was one that worked on my slides. She was living, her father was very rich, very, very wealthy. They were living in Ikoyi. All of a sudden, her father died. All the Ikoyi lifestyle changed. They had to look for a house in Surulere. And when she was telling me, she said, "Ma, with due respect, I'm not saying there's anything wrong in Surulere. Are we not in Surulere? So I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Surulere, but we suffered." Her suffering was defined by where she was coming from and where she was at that time. Right now, her story has changed. Why? Because she refused to stay under. So there are times when you have to change. The fact that you were high there and you've gotten there does not mean that that's the end of your life. You just have to be adaptable. If you are eating cornflakes and if you are eating, what are those cereals? Oh, the Frosties. How many of us can afford Frosties? My father called me. I thought there was a problem. My father called me, Ayo, I'm upset. Dad, calm down. What is it? By the way, my father is 84. I'm upset. I said, "Dad, what is it?" "I'm upset. Your nephew and your niece, my younger sister's children, went to stay with my father. And they took my father loves Cocoa Pops. And we saved to buy him Cocoa Pops. And my nephew and my niece finished the Cocoa Pops. My father he eats the Cocoa Pops something like 7 or 8 times. I said, "Calm down, we'll buy you another one. We'll buy you another one." Those children don't know they don't even know how much it is. To get a pack of Cocoa Pops, now maybe 6,000 or 7,000. Something we used to buy for. Beloved, I used to eat Cocoa Pops. I can't afford it. Not that I can't afford it, but why should I spend 6,000? I can spend it on my father. He's 84. He's lived a good life. He's invested in us. How much more does he have longer to live? The only thing we can do for him is how much does he even eat? He eats bits and pieces at a time. So let's give him. But for me, eating Cocoa Pops every day, no. Remember what I do? I make moi moi. So we eat moi moi and pap. Adaptability. The fact that you cannot afford chicken now does not mean that you will not have a chicken business. So you have to adapt to the different times and seasons that you find yourself in. The fact that you're living in a one-room apartment does not mean, let me even leave apartment, one room. Does not mean that's how you should define yourself. Okay, next slide, please. We're talking about building entrepreneurial mindset. So we're now going to be looking at the core skills. And before I go into these core skills, I think I want my first video now. I'm going to be going to these core skills, and then I want my first video. Can I have my first video? I want you to watch this video. And immediately after the first video, we go into the second video. Then we'll begin to talk about this. Sure, my time is fast spent. But remember, you took some of my time because my slides didn't come up in time. Okay, are you having fun? Are you learning something? Cool. Okay, first video. So while we're waiting for the first video, this is all about the core skills that you need. That does not require money. When I'm facilitating, I'm mindful to present my papers in such a way that people are not saying, but I need money. Yes, money is important, but money will come. Yeah.
God is time in my life where I was frustrated. So I
We
just
can
came
see.
up with worshiping God, praising God from street to street. I was surprised that me that I was frustrated. I see people on the street frustrated worshiping God with me. So if you see me worshiping from street to street like this, it's all because of a particular reason. There was a time in my life I lay my hand on many things. So I think they were just falling apart. It got to a time in my life where I was frustrated. I was tired about life. You know, to some people in the world, what they do is, most of them go and commit suicide. I said, because me, I have Jesus. I cannot do such a thing. I have Jesus. So all I decided to do is, and again, I heard from my daddy Jew, Adeboye. He said, when you are praised as if nothing is going on. All you just need to do is praise God. Keep on praising him. So
I want you to take notes
Came
as
up
you're
with
listening.
this idea.
The things you can do.
worshiping God, praising God from street to street. That was how I started this idea. You see me going from place to place to worshiping God. I would just want to say something about how I get to learn about this music, guitar I'm playing. I actually learned it. I started with bass guitar while I was in Edo State 20 years ago.
Right, it's bass
started
guitar
playing
20 years ago, right?
Then when I came to Lagos, I went to some music schools, read on my own, because I went to Muson Center. I went to, what they call 10th string music school also. So what I do is, I play bass, I play rhythm guitar, then I play piano, then the mouth organ. These are the things I play. By the time I'm worshiping God, you know what happened? They'll be putting money on the floor. There was no bag because my intention was not to be collecting money. They'll be dropping money on the floor. Please do just be taking them away. But one of them had said, Oga, start picking your money now. It's your money, pick it. So I done, and then I summoned courage. I started coming with a little bag. So that was not my purpose. And again, another woman came to meet me. She said, what are you doing? You're almost a grandfather. You are an elderly person. Why you just go and look for work to do? Go and look for work. Somebody that gave you money today will not give you again tomorrow. And I said, that statement alone, in fact, demoralized me. Somebody now told me, any spirit that asks you not to worship God is the devil, is demonic. Keep on doing what you are doing. As I was going, people were telling me, we love what you are doing. We love what you are doing. Please keep it up. You will see one day what will happen to you, how God will change your life. That was how I started doing it. I summoned courage every day. I started doing it. I've done generator work, diesel engine. I do
Generator work, write it.
I
Diesel engine,
I've
write
done
it.
molding agents.
Molding agents, write it.
I teach music.
Teacher of music, write it.
And I'm a baker, I bake breads.
Baker, write
Often I
it.
still do that. I used to do a special teaching.
Special
I call it
teaching, write it.
topic. The name of my bread is CMT. In fact, I've involved myself in up to about 15 vocations.
15 vocations, write
We give it
it.
to you back. God never owes you anything. So that is the courage
I think I want to stop
some
here.
to be
I want to
doing
stop here
all
because
these
of
things.
time.
That to be worshiping God. Just wake up.
Okay. Can I have the second video, please?
Hayodeji Mebope is the founder, MD CEO of No Leftovers Nigeria Limited.
This is where I
a
started. That's my
food
kitchen.
outfit, which started with a take-off capital of 1,000 naira, with the sale of local beans known as moi moi, but has grown the business into what today has annual turnover that runs into millions of naira. Hayo was one of the first women worldwide to benefit from the 10,000 Women Initiative sponsored by Goldman Sachs, a program set up to empower 10,000 undeserved women worldwide with formal business skills and education. Today, she is an ambassador of the 10,000 Women Initiative. She
This
has
was
graced
15 years
numerous
ago.
local and
14 years
international
ago.
platforms and thus become an inspiration to many. She was a speaker at the Clinton Global Initiative in New York with world leaders in attendance and has also addressed the annual general meetings of Goldman Sachs in New
Okay.
York,
Okay.
both in
We can stop the video
2009.
because of time.
In December 2011, Ayo was invited by the Prime Minister of the Republic of Turkey
We can
for the
stop the video
second
because of
Global
time.
Summit
Yeah,
on
we can stop because of
Entrepreneurship
time.
to
Okay, now I presented to you, and then let me have my slide, please, where I stopped. I presented to you 2 case studies. I checked, I stumbled on Clement Otto's video this week. And when I saw it, I was excited because I had 1,001 things going on in my head. Oh my God, and this man is still under the bridge. He's still riding a bicycle with all the things he's done. How many skills? 15. Oh my God, I need to look for this man. I have different initiatives that this man can come on. I didn't see this man. I went on his Instagram page. 1 picture, no post, only 1 picture. He has followers. He has a few hundreds of followers, and it ends there. I sent a message that day. Since that day, I've not received a response from that message. I'm going somewhere. Now listen, it's not the hard work. Hard work is very important, but it's not the hard work that you put in what you're doing that that stands you out as a brand. It's not. It's not in the number of things you've done. He's been on this for 20 years. I started No Leftovers 15 years ago. I'm going somewhere. No, this is not where I was. Please go back. Yes. Please, can you focus on this? I need to see it clearly. Thank you. This is the slide, but we need to enlarge it. We want to look at these core skills. I want to discuss the core skills that brought me here and still taking me to the next level. In a few days' time, I'm going to be in America, launching No Leftovers in Atlanta. Listen to the core skills. Please, can we make it bigger? Except I use my phone. I can't see this, even with my glasses. But I can see the first one as critical thinking. No, we're talking about branding, rebranding, and then adaptability. I started with asking us about our identity. This man, can I have my phone? Because I can't see this one. Thank you. It's been charged in there. Yes, sir. Thank you. I started by talking about your identity. Listen, you've landed. I like that tennis song. For my Baba no be Dangote, no Adeleke. What's the next line? Is your father Dangote? Is your father Adeleke? You'll be okay. This is where you are. Your surname is, what's your surname? Mention your surname. That's your surname. That's your father. That's your mother. You cannot do anything about it. Some of you are like, thank you, man. Thank you, man. Some of you are like, oh, if only my father had not married my mother had not married my father. I don't know the story behind your birth. But listen, you have landed. You have landed. That song, I go land softly I'm very young at heart. So you have landed, all of us landed softly. Well, some people didn't land softly, because some people, we have picked some children up from under the bridge and all of that. But a lot of us have landed softly. This is you. That's your background. You know the house you came from today. You know how your bed was. Some people did not even lie on a bed. You laid on a mat. I don't know how you've come here, but congratulations for being here. Nobody knows the condition of your home, but everybody is here. There's no blind person here. There's no lame person here. There's nobody on a stretcher. You have landed. The mission of this organization is to begin to stir up our youths, to know that regardless of the hardships we're facing in Nigeria, you can still make it. Core skills, critical thinking is the first one I have there. Have you engaged in critical thinking? What is critical thinking? Critical thinking is examining yourself. Let's talk about identity. This is your identity. This is who you are. These are the things that surround you. You can't steal. And if you want to steal, you will be caught. It's just a matter of time. Now, how do I move from where I am to where I want to be? Where you want to be is the big picture. To get to that big picture, there are processes. And when critical thinking comes in, is to begin to think of the processes. First thing first, you might want to move from here to there. But hello, if I jump from here to there, I might break my leg. So what should I do? Begin to walk. As I'm walking, some people, as they're saying to people on Big Brother, or Denny, is this, it doesn't matter, just keep walking. The fact that you have moved from here, you're gonna get there. Critical thinking, where I am now, how can I move from where I am? How can I even get out of this situation? What's the first step? You're gonna hear a lot of things today. And at the end of the day, you're gonna require that critical thinking. Which of all of this will I begin to apply? It is not in the number or the quantity of information that you have. A lot of people are so informed. So informed. That's why we have some people, thank God for our daddy that is here. Look at his profile. But there's some people who have the same qualification. There's nothing to write home about them. So it's not in the number of schools. Thank God we said to you, yes, you have to learn. It's not in the number of learning. All of that is important. But how have you applied all the things you have learned? Don't let this meeting be one of those meetings that you have attended and you've not done anything. Listen, even if it is one thing that you decide to do it. Information that is stored in your head and is not applied will do you no good. In fact, if anything, it will make you puffed up. Because when people are talking or when you see people doing things, you'll be critical of them. Why? Because you have head knowledge. And you keep criticizing other people, meanwhile you're not doing anything. Critical thinking. So you have to think your way out of whatever situation you're in that you're not happy with. And listen, things can always change. Look at that man. He has learned so many things. Good. But I don't believe such a man should still be under the bridge. I don't believe it. I started this business with 1,000 naira. I didn't even plan it. But the fact that I saw that somebody ate this moi moi and liked it and said she was going to pay me for it, that was what happened. I had a visitor in my house and she ate my moi moi that I made for my family. I said, wow, I like this moi moi. Can you make for me? I said, yes. She said, how much should I bring? Meanwhile, I made the moi moi with the last 1,000 naira between my husband and I, not just in my own hands. I made this with the last 1,000 naira. And then somebody said, I am ready to pay for it. Are there people ready to pay for your identity? Are there people ready to pay for your brand? And it comes in different ways. How many of us remember Jumoke? Jumoke the who? Jumoke the bread seller. How many of us have heard from her lately? Tell us who has heard from her lately. Yes, ma'am. She has her own program. She was just a woman. What was she doing? Hawking bread, just passing by. Whose camera? T.Y. Bello. T.Y. Bello was shooting somebody else. what do you call them? Waka pass. Abi? And her life changed. And everybody was lobbying to help Jumoke, the bread seller. Unfortunately, well, thank God she's even doing something with the Yoruba skills that she has. I wish she could even be better. Such a model should be another Agbani Darego. But she has not been able to step out of some confines. I started with 1,000 naira. And one person was ready to pay for what I had. And I took that step as a light in darkness. And I continued, but I didn't stop there. This man, Clement, that we saw, has been learning so much. He said, did you hear what he said? He said he's almost a grandfather. And he's still there. How has he positioned himself? I don't know his entire story. I'm just speaking based on what we have seen. Critical thinking. Critically think. Look at your situation. Look at where you are. Look at what you have. A lot of us don't know what we have. Look at what you have. What do you have? Some of us can speak well. Some of us, when you stand, people like, oh, this man, we call them Agunta Sholu. Some of us are so beautiful. Everybody's looking at you and say, oh my God, you're beautiful. And we're using our skills and talents for the wrong things. Or we've benched ourselves. We don't believe in ourselves. People are even telling us these things you don't believe. They're telling you your dress is nice. You continue to second guess yourself. You need to begin to own the different attributes that are inside of you. You may not know, but once they begin to compliment you, it might be as simple as, oh, wow, your hairline is so full. I love it. That's the first thing I actually noticed about you. So you think about my hairline, and look, you're in a world where anything can sell. I have a young girl. What does she sell? She started by selling cream, different types of creams. And then she went to read. She didn't go back to school because every information is a click of the button away. Everything. She now began to look for plant-based creams. And she began to see that, oh, if I blend this vegetable and mix it with this and extract the oil, it can actually help. She began to make creams for hair edges. Now she's a big girl. The other day, I needed to clear some things from the pot. I needed to raise, I just needed 1 million not from the pot. I needed to clear some things. And I just needed 1 million to make it up. She calls me mommy. I called her, baby girl, yes, mommy. Show me 1 million. Oh, yes, mom, I'll send it to you. 1 million is nothing to her. Nothing. Guess what? She even has a child. She got pregnant in school at 16. She could have died there. Her parents threw her out of the house. Right now, she's building a house for her parents. I'm not talking about somebody I don't know her story. Every information is a click of a button away from you and I. And you are young. Every day presents you with choices. You want to follow the Yahoo way? You want to follow the prostitution way? You want to follow the stealing way? You have something. You have something that the next generation needs. You have something that Nigeria needs. So we speak about critical thinking. We speak about resilience and courage. You may not see it clearly, but I'm reading it out to you right. Courage is not doing things it's doing things in the presence of fear. When I began to sell moi moi, people laughed. I had just finished working in Corona school. I'd worked 9 years in Corona school. I was 40 at that time. I had some pain. I remember the opportunities I had that I didn't take good advantage of. I said, yes, so you could have blown some opportunities. So what? There's still life in you. And every day life presents you with more and more opportunities. And so when people started buying moi moi from me, guess what? I decided to take it to where I had worked, Corona School. The first thought that came to me was, what if people laugh? And do you know what informed my decision to go to Corona School? Because I had started reading about business. Whatever you do, you have to get adequate knowledge about it. And I found that the place of positioning was important. I said to myself, I don't want to be like the ordinary moi moi woman that is by the side of the road. I want to be an executive moi moi seller. And I looked for my markets. I said, where will I meet people who would treat me like an executive moi moi seller? I said, wow, Corona School where I had worked. And that is why, as you go on in life, again, the matter of your network comes in. Everybody you meet is a potential customer. And that is why you have to be very intentional about how you treat people. Because somebody should tell me how many more minutes I have. You have to be very deliberate and intentional about how you treat people, from your mother, that mother that was not good to you, to your father, to your brothers, your sisters. My first customer was my sister-in-law. And you know how it is in the Yoruba culture. But thank God I had treated them well, because that year was my 15th year in marriage. Do you understand what I'm saying? So your different relationships, resilience and courage. That thing you want to do, there might be no templates. Nobody might have done it before. Are you convinced about it? Even if you're not convinced, give it a try, even in the midst of your fear. If you have to do it afraid, do it afraid. Then you must have a growth mindset. It was my growth mindset that made me begin to read and say to myself, I want to become an executive moi moi seller. And then I got to talk about branding. Look, listen, I had a brand already. I had a brand. I'd worked in Corona for 9 years. What was my brand? My brand was, she's a good secretary. I was a secretary. Oh, she's a good secretary. She's nice to children. She's kind. It's a brand. Those things that you think are not brand worthy, they are brands. What's your brand? Is your brand that he's mean, he's wicked, she's rude? Is that your brand? Because at the end of the day, that's what people will see you as. Thank you, ma. Oh, wow. Awesome. Thank you. All right. So what's your brand? So my brand, when I stood, nothing but my cooler of moi moi in front of Corona, was she's a kind woman. She loves children. She's patient. So when I stood there, I decided to amplify my brand. How did I amplify my brand? I thought to myself, now that I'm at Corona School, how am I going to sell to these dozens of women that come out of school to pick their children? I built courage in myself. I said, I'm going to shout. I didn't have a microphone. I couldn't print a flyer, but I had my mouth. I stood at the gates and I began to shout, moi moi for sale, moi moi for sale. Buy this moi moi, your life will not remain the same again. My humor was my brand. Some of us see different comedians and we're trying to be like them. But even with where you are, you can be a different brand altogether. If you go to my Instagram page, I'm always dancing. I'm always singing. I'm a joyful person. It's a brand. And if you're gloomy and boring, it's also a brand. It's a brand. That's how I attracted the first set of customers at Corona School. Even though some still came to me, Ayodeji, Kilode, moi moi, how? I said, don't worry, eat this moi moi. Your life will not remain the same again. You have to force the strength inside of you out, because some people, they are light killers. And you will not let them kill your light. You won't let them kill your passion. And so even as you continue, continue to have a growth mindset, you will begin to see that it's not everybody that wants you to grow. But that's their business. You must decide to grow. And you must do everything to make you grow. You must water the inside of you. But how do you water? You surround yourself with the right people and with the right information. Or it can be done. And that's why I love the story of the convener of this program. How she started. In fact, the first time I came across her, she started as a secretary. I'm following her. Who you follow is who you become. So you better be mindful of who you are following, even on social media. We're not saying that you should clone anybody, but you will be amazed at how you begin to do things because you have seen somebody do it, because you have heard somebody do it. That was the breakthrough for me going to Corona. What if I had sat down there and said, what will people say? Some of us have had different opportunities and we have benched ourselves with what will people say. You need to have a growth mindset, a healthy mindset. It is then that you begin to emerge like a butterfly from one state to the other. Okay? So the next one is, I've actually spoken about the collaborations and relationships. This is a relationship. You'll be meeting new people for the first time. At some point, we'll take a break before the next speaker comes up. Are you going to just sit? Oh, let me tell you something about myself. I was a very withdrawn child. I was raised by a mother that would say, keep quiet, don't let anybody know you're there. And so when I come to, so I understand, some people, you have come to settings like this, you know the answer. And they say, a question is asked, but because you're timid, and then somebody answers and you're like, hey, and I wanted to say it, and I wanted to say it. Sometimes it's the way we've been brought up. Sometimes it's the way, it's the environment we have lived in. That's what happened to them in South Africa. That's why when you go to South Africa today, the Black man is still, especially those who, you know, were in the apartheid days. They say to you, sir, they bow down. They cannot look you in the face. Why? Because of what apartheid did to them. Yes, we've not experienced apartheid in Nigeria, but we have allowed economy to cage us. You have allowed, my father is a driver. I employed somebody. What does your father do? He's a driver. I said, he's a driver. He sent you to school now. He sent you to school. Be proud of who he is. And guess what? Choose to be a better person. So your different relationships. So whenever we have breakout sessions, please don't join the bandwagon of people who say, this is who I am. I don't want to change. I just want to be here. I don't want anybody to contaminate me. Peradventure, you meet somebody who doesn't have the right attitude. You move away to the next person. But no man can stay alone. No man is an island. You need collaborations. All right? Next, responsive to feedback. Learn and unlearn. You must be responsive to feedbacks. Because even in business, that will separate you. It will take you from one level to the other. When people tell you, you talk too much. So you need to examine yourself. Is it that is it that person is intimidated? Or am I really a talkative? Do I talk where I shouldn't talk? You get a balance. Don't let anybody silence you. But when people give you feedbacks about yourself, respond positively. One of the hardest things I find out telling people is about body odor. You know, the times when you even have close friends, people are close to you and you're like, this body odor, how do we address it? I've said to myself, I will deliver them. God, give me wisdom on how to deal with it. So please, you're here. If somebody says you have body odor, don't be offended. That person likes you. That person actually likes you. Because I've seen people miss out on big opportunities because of things as simple as body odor. But body odor having body odor is not a simple thing. You enter into a room. Are you not enjoying the atmosphere here? Is there any offensive smell? No. But if somebody comes in with chronic body odor, so it's not a good thing. I'm just using that as an example. So I don't know who. I didn't smell anything on anybody. Do you understand? Body odor, mouth odor. So it also boils down to the point of you have to be self-aware. So you're here. You probably have people you admire. Guess what my admiration was? Oh, let me even tell you about my educational qualification, just in case you think, this woman, she speaks English. Oh, I did my school search for the first time and I came out with 4 credits. My father said, you can do well. Do it again. I did it again and I came out with 1 pass and remaining was F9. And you are laughing. Is it a good thing to be laughing? But listen, you're laughing, but it's my past. Compare that to here. And so what did I do? I went to a typing and shorthand school. But thank God for all of that. It's no waste. typing and shorthand school, and then from there to secretarial school. And then I started working. 20 years of work, and I ended in Corona for 9 years. I didn't realize that all of that was a compendium to take me to where I am today. The different people I've met along the way, even selling in front of Corona Gate, I needed the permission of my headmistress who I'd worked with. Was I always happy with her? No, there were times she was angry with me and she used bad words on me, but I never gave her the length of my tongue. And so when it was time for me to sell at Corona Gate and take permission from her, it wasn't any big deal. But if I had abused her, would I even have the courage to go before her? And so your different relationships and your networks must be nurtured. And listen, I'm not saying everybody will like you, but why worry about people who don't like you? One person might not like you. 10 people might not like you. There are 100 people that will like you. And that's why you don't kill yourself over followers. I only have 10 followers on Instagram. Value them, celebrate them, acknowledge them, and you see your followership grow. So, collaborations, relationships, responsive to feedback, value yourself. Value yourself. I've spoken about that too. Value yourself, value others. It's not all about you. Look at it. Let me tell you something. This world is a big picture, large picture. Everybody needs to put a stroke on their own parts. If you did your own vacant, somebody else will come there. But at the same time, you need somebody's beautiful aspects to complement your own. So value others. Value others. Don't be one of those who are quick to abuse people on social media. It doesn't mean that we like everything they're doing, but be respectful. There's a way you can say, you can correct people with good language. Just choose. All we have to do is one person choosing to do the right thing and then passing on the baton. And you find out that it's getting better. Nigeria will not just change overnight. Nigeria requires you and I, especially you, because you are the ones that have the largest population that is growing into what will become the leadership of tomorrow. Okay? All right. So, authenticity. Authenticity. What does it mean to be authentic? Let me hear somebody. What does it mean to be authentic? Who can help me? What does it mean to be authentic? Yes. It's such a simple word. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. To be you. I like it. To be you. And to be you, yes, sir. Another one. I love that. To be genuine. To be sincere. Don't form. There's so much forming in this world. Don't form. Package yours. You package. And honestly, that's on Zemnico parties. These ones get anywhere. But that's just on a lighter note. Be authentic. And when you're talking about authenticity, be authentic to your weaknesses. Let me tell you something. You've heard about how I started. You've heard about my background. Okay. So I now got married. I'm married to a man. He's the only son of his mom with 4 girls. He's the second, but these girls are girls of timber and caliber. My husband grew up in England. And so when he even told his sisters, they wanted to marry me, he was like, this mushy girl. She didn't no university qualification. How? My husband said, he's the person I like. But you know what? I had to humble myself to learn from these women of timber and caliber. They grew up in England. I had never been to the airport. And so there were things they were doing that I loved. Listen, there are people that have gone to university, have come out with nothing. And there are people who have not gone through structured university and they're grounded. All this time I had not gone to the university, but I began to learn from this that I saw as teachers. Don't despise people because they're better than you. What you despise, you can't attract. You see somebody who speaks well. Oh, desire to be like that person in the aspect of speaking well. And listen, if you're so authentic that you have seen your area of weakness, you need to go for help. I was that authentic that I knew that, I had problems with communication. I like the way they speak. And guess what I started to do? I began to be very intentional about the programs I spent time watching. I began to lean on CNN. CNN was my favorite. BBC was my favorite. Why? Because I wanted to be able to speak the way they speak. I wanted to be able to improve my communication skills. And has that helped? Have I been communicating well? Even if you don't say well, I know. No, you really need to get to that point, because you could get to a place where some people might say, but you're not doing this, but you know like Noah. There's a Noah inside of you that's telling you that there are times when I do things and nobody says thank you or well done. I say to myself, Ayodeji, Kushe. You're not proud. You just have to, you see, if you don't continue to build your self-esteem, people will rubbish you. So you have to be very intentional. You have to be authentic to the points where you know where your weaknesses are, you know what areas you're struggling with, and seek help. It's not, you're not being foolish by seeking help. It is wisdom to seek help. There are times you might be able to walk up to people, but these days, really, there's so much you can learn from somebody's YouTube page. So be very intentional about your authenticity. I've spoken about self-awareness. Self-awareness is there. Then service. Young people, I hear you don't want to serve. It's not that I hear. I actually experience it. I've employed staff. I employed a girl at some point. My daughter she went to Covenant University. And each time she was on holiday, she'll come and work with us in the catering business. And I thank God. My staff, my chief cooks who were older women would say, I heard them one day saying, oh girl, she be your mom, madam. She doesn't behave like madam's daughter. She does everything like we do. But there was one girl, you think she's madam's daughter. No, I can't touch it. No, I can't. I'm like, is this Bobrisky's sister? Because all her body language, man, I could not understand. I had to tell her that, Auntie, you have to leave. We can't deal with this. Oh, it's too hot. Oh, I can't stay here except the AC is on. And all of us are looking at her. Where do you live? You live in a mansion? Some of us are that fake. And we're doing it because they say fake it and have it is a lie. We're that fake. And sometimes it's because of what you have seen that you continue to focus on. You've seen that somebody is behaving this way, and then you carry the spirit, the mannerism and everything. You begin to behave that way. That's me, and that's not who you are. Okay? So be ready to serve people. You may not have jobs. I have a young lady who came to us. She works with us right now. And she said, I just need a job. I said, what can you do? She said, just anywhere. I just want to get out of the house. And we employed her. A few months ago, we started her with 30. I saw her 2 months after. I said, my dear, let's increase it to 40. And we went 2 months after. Please give her 60. Just 2 days ago, I called her and said, Auntie, we're increasing your salary to 100,000 per month. Why? Man, this girl is good. She's good, faithful, real, dedicated, to the point that I'm saying, I don't want to see the things we're even doing for her. I have another young man, the same thing. Right now, we're saying, our plan was to send him to Dubai. Just go and chillax. But with all the drama in Dubai, I said, Uncle, you go to Ghana. Why? He's shown himself faithful. Faithful. Be ready to serve. You may have miserable, nasty bosses. Serve. Look out for what you can get. If there's something you can get, stay there. In fact, I'm not saying in terms of stealing, no. In terms of learning values. For some, it might not even be what you can, it's not tangible. But you see the way your boss behaves. I had a boss of blessed memory. She was the head teacher of Corona School. She was just 1 year older than I was. She was my boss. I loved everything about her. Every morning she's there early. She stands at the gate. Good morning, everybody. She looks at you. I was like, one day, me too, I want to stand like this. I want to stand like this. I want to be able to command, I want to be able to, be diligent. She tells me, I'm sorry, Mrs. Mebokwe, if it's not good, if it's not the best, I won't take it. And I can type something for her and she tears it. I'm sorry, I can't. I learned excellence from her. I learned diligence. I learned timeliness. And that's why we got here more than all of us got here before you. Just a few of you were here. They give you a 9 o'clock appointment, try to be there by 8. It adds to you, doesn't take anything from you. I could have been late today. Guess what? I was looking for my car keys. I found out I'd locked it in the car. I was ready to take an Uber because all my staff were out. What if I hadn't prepared? My husband agreed to this. I said, I'm taking an Uber. I said, no, I'll bring you. Young people have turned out to be nasty fathers and husbands because of them not planning. What you can't just, don't say, I'm going to be a good husband. If you're not a good boy now, you'll be a terrible husband. So it's what you learn. It is practice, because as you grow, there'll be things that want to put pressure on you to be otherwise. But because it has become your nature, you've mastered goodliness, kindness, and everything. So when pressure comes, when pressure comes, it presses you. It is still because that is what is inside of you. That's what will come out. But if you're forming good girl, good boy, when pressure comes, that's why we wonder, we thought she was a good girl. We thought she was a good woman, but it was pressure that came and pressed out. Pressure will press out the original you. So begin to learn to be good. All right, I'm going to be rounding off soon. So also visibility. I told you I looked for Clement. I didn't see him. If you wink in the dark, nobody will see what you're doing. You have to be proud of what you're doing, and you have to showcase it. Flaunt it, showcase it. If you're selling chin-chin, showcase it. I began to tell everybody, moi moi ni monta. I'm selling moi moi. It was at that gate that I met somebody who said to me, can you cook for my company? And I said, yes. She took me to her company. And I began to serve as a caterer. And then I saw the pages of a newspaper. I began to have this growth mindset. And that was how I found out Goldman Sachs in the papers. What are you reading? Are you looking for the right information in the right places? If it is Brother Shaggy, you're always following, you will not get good opportunities. In fact, your English will be terrible. Though. He makes you laugh. I follow him because it's comic relief to me. But hello, that's not where I get my information from. The information I need to grow, no. So you better be mindful. And so I applied for Goldman Sachs and they asked me questions. I didn't realize that all I had been doing were preparations for me to be able to stand before kings. And I got admitted for the program, finished the program, and then we were called to make a presentation. It was a presentation I made that made the Americans say, wow, there's something about her. Let's choose her to visit her company. I said, when they chose me, I said, I don't have a company. They said, it doesn't matter. Where do you cook from? I said, from my house. They said, we're coming. I said, you cannot come. They said, but why? I said, it's in Shomolu. They said, we're coming. They said, because you came for this program, we will come to your house. Take the first step. You have to be visible. Everybody, we must know what you stand for. You can't say I sit on the fence. Because when it is time to choose people for opportunities, it is those people that have shown that this is what they stand for that they would choose. And as the Americans came to my house, they finished recording all my moi moi processes and they sent me a letter. Ayo, you're amazing. Can you come to America? I said, eh? Guess what my favorite movie at that time was? Coming to America. It might sound funny, but truly, what you focus on is what you become. And that's why you have to be careful. Okay? So visibility. Now, I've also spoken about, the next is preparation. I've told you about, think everything you're doing. One day, somebody better say amen. One day, you will stand on this side to begin to tell people, this happened, that happened. And I went to the Rose of Sharon program, and then I met this man, I met this woman, and they said this, and these were the things I picked, and I went there, all a compendium to make you the great person that you ought to be. And so this is part of your preparation. And then excellence. Excellence. Please, let's go to the next slide. I'm rounding off now. I promise you. Excellence. You have to shoot for excellence. Anything you do it with excellence. Find the best. Always find for best practice. Look out for best practices. How can I do it better? How can I do it better? How can I wrap my mind better? Now we move from making moi moi, we now make moinza, because we found out that the average youth does not like to get, type of youth, I know some youths, we're still the same, Abi. He eats the moi moi with the bread, we slap it. But some youths in Banana Island, they don't want to get their hands so their nails are too long. So guess what? We gave them a product, moinza. I found out they like pizza. So we too, we did it, we changed it, we did moinza. I found out they like sandwiches, we changed it, moinwich. I found out they like burger, we changed it, moinbug. I found out they like shawarma, we changed it. No, we call it, it's moin wrap. Moin wrap. Creativity. A leader is one who knows the way goes the way and shows the way. The leader is one who knows the way. You know the way. You go the way, you show the way. It starts with you. All right. And because of time, I won't take types of leadership. Let me just begin to round off. So let's go to the hope slide. There's hope. Not everything is black about the prospects of the Nigerian youth. Nigerian youths. No, please go to the next slide. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Next one. I think I've dealt with that. Yes. You can see that thank you is beside it, so I'm done. Okay. So Nigerian youths are innovative. You can see it in our Hollywood. You can see what's happening in Nollywood, right? Third largest entertainment industry in the world. Nigerian youths are innovative, resilient, and if given the opportunities, they will excel. Create your opportunities. Okay. Nigerian youths are engaging in enterprises and creating small and micro businesses, with many of them providing solutions. Okay. Nigerian youths are putting innovative ideas to work. Nollywood is the third world's largest movie industry in Nigeria. There is hope for you. And so it's a wrap. I want you to know that with resilience, with your desire to go for excellence, with hard work. Let me go back to Clement. Like I said, I don't want you to end up like Clement. I pray he gets better. Maybe this is not all we saw, is not all there is. But you see, today, things have changed for me. He said they'll be putting money on the floor. How? No, after 15 years, God forbid. Somebody say God forbid. It has gone, for me, it has gone beyond selling more and more, as you can well see. I speak at events and I can decide to charge dollars. I just came back from the UK. I was paid in pounds. And how did it start? Is more and more? Yes. Anybody deal with it? That's my space. I'm making the best of my space. At some point, I went to the Manchester Business School. I said, no, I can't remain like this. I have to get myself better. I have to improve myself. I have to get better at what I'm doing. And so that's why I've been privileged to present to you this morning. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Ayodeji Mebope, for that wonderful presentation. She talked about so many things. You'll agree with me. She talked about the new lens to entrepreneurship. She gave us her story, talked about steps to branding and rebranding. She talked about the core skills to having an entrepreneurial mindset. And then she ended by giving us hope. We all know, in case you don't, that this program, the Youth Empowerment Program, is the Rose of Sharon Foundation's flagship program for youths who are either undergrads, graduates, maybe fresh graduates who are job seekers, entrepreneurs, people who are into their own businesses, or for those who are in the working class category. Everything she has talked about cuts across this category of people that I just mentioned. So don't say, okay, I'm not an entrepreneur. I don't have my own business yet. So branding and rebranding or engaging these core skills to have an entrepreneurial mindset, it's not my business. Even if you are in a job right now, you're working class, you need to carve that niche. You need to have that edge. You need to stand out. Maybe in your professionalism, in your competence, in your skills, the way you do your things. You can have a department in an organization, probably the admin department, and you have 3 staff working there, or you have the accounts department and you have 2 or 3 staff. You must find out that one person in that department stands out. And you find that maybe when the CEO or the MD wants something done, by instinct, it calls on that person. Because the person does it differently. That's what we are talking about. Now she has said so many things. What are you going to do about it? And she made mention of one thing. It's not about this number of schools you've been to, the number of training programs you've attended, the amount of knowledge you have, but application. What are you going to do with the things that you've had here today? I will leave you with that. Now, what we're going to move into now is, so what are the skills? How do I upskill? How do I reskill? What are the advanced skills that I need to understand branding, rebranding, standing in that center of owning the core skills to having an entrepreneurial mindset? I would like us to put our hands together as I welcome Dr. Enoch Oyedutom to take us through that.
Thank you so much. You know, there's an adage. I'm this kind of person. I like to free talking to youths. I'll do that to a large extent. Permit me to jump into her shoes because she has laid a very good foundation. But I was expecting a standing ovation for her. Can we just be on our feet and jam our hands together for her? Don't sit yet, because she doesn't know this thing I want to say. I think it's about 16 years ago, and I was opportune, or privileged rather, to be at a particular event. She was not there, and someone had come to sell to us. You know, these motivational speakers. He said a lot, but there was something he said. He said there's one woman that she's reading about, or he is reading about. She used to sell, or before selling, she worked at Corona School. I said, okay, because I like practical issues. I said, but right now, I learned she has gone to making moi. And the way the guy presented, you know, all these motivational speakers, he said she's like making like cake, sending it abroad. I said, wow. And you are telling me she used to work in Corona. She said, yes, I can tell you that. But that changed my thinking. I told myself that if this woman who was known to be so, she's selling moi, and moi has taken her out of this country, then I would employ my lecturers. And it happened 2 years ago. So indirectly, there's what they say in my adage. Let me put it back in a normal setting. Permit me to say this is one of your boutique, this is one of your. So thank you so much for living an inspiring life and giving us reasons to stand on this platform. I had that 15 years ago. And I jotted something down. I said, I heard about a story 15 years ago. If someone had told me that one day we'll be on the same platform, I would have argued it. But do you know the dynamics about it? Is what I call upskilling yourself, not staying at the background. Let's appreciate Rose of Sharon for putting this together. Okay, please sit down. So thank you, Dr. Mrs. Mo, and my beautiful, you know, she's putting on blue. Blue is my favorite color, by the way. Miss Ayodeji, you spoke well. Precisely everything I want to say today, she's a summary of it. And as we progress, you'll begin to understand why she's a summary of it. We are looking at upskilling, reskilling, preparing for the future. And I would like to tell you a short story, probably that would go a long way to break you. Because I tell people for you to get new ideas to run with it, it becomes highly imperative. It becomes very germane. It becomes sine qua non. It becomes something that you must deliberately do. And to do that, you need to be broken. And let me start with this. These guys, I mix languages when I'm talking to youth. This guy, when I see here, I don't do bus conductor before. I know they tell you lie, I be streets. You know, those days, I have a particular friend. He's late now. Anytime we go to church, he has his boss. We need to make ends meet. You need to just put things together. I'll tell him, boss, you know what? We don't allow this boss just go like that. So we'll go. Then I used to attend MFM headquarters. So what we do is this: he will be the driver, I'll be the bus conductor. So I will do that over and over, almost every Wednesday service we go for. But like I can tell you today, by the grace of God, I'm a PhD holder. But that is not where I'm going. Where I'm going now is a particular story that I want you to pick from. When I finished my school start, what we normally call secondary school, my first result, I think I had probably like few A's and some C's, but the core course I needed, I didn't make it. My dad told me, you know what? And in my father's house, you're only privileged to be giving money for WAEC once. The other ones, you find it out yourself. You are on your own or you're lower. So that happened. I said, God, where do I get this money? As early as 14, okay, let me back a little. As early as 9, 10, I started teaching because I love teaching and lecturing. To the glory of God, my first student is a pilot now. He works for one of the US aviation company. I was in primary 10. I was 10 years old. I was in primary 5. The boy was in nursery 1. So that goes back to the issue of moi moi. His grandma makes moi moi. By the way, I wish my mom had met you earlier. Because about 45 years ago, whenever my mom makes moi moi, everybody will keep coming to tell her, please, ma, make moi moi for us. Probably if she had a contact with her, she would have been able to upskill her residual knowledge of making moi moi to commercializing that moi moi. So this grandma makes moi moi, and I will look at this child. I went to her, I said, Mommy, I understand your particular grandson is not doing well in school. I was just 9 years old. Can you please permit me to take over this particular child? I didn't ask for money initially. So they saw my input within 1 week. By the second week, they called me to negotiate. How much do you want to collect? And I said, okay, let's do 5 naira. So they gave me 5 naira. In that 5 naira, I remember I would buy Go Sports. How many of you know Go Sports here? I will buy Limca. I will save like 2 naira. What to call one wooden box? It's called Kolo. I put the money there. When I finished over the, so remembering that particular training I'd given myself, when Daddy said there was no money for WAEC again, I told myself, go back to teaching. I was being paid 60 naira, no, it was nearly 40 naira per hour. And I would teach from 8 a.m. till like 8 p.m. non-stop. Yes, back to back, all these tutorial centers, back to back. I raised that particular money. I'm quite practical. Now, I got my WAEC fee. And I told myself, you can't afford to fail again because the stress you are going through to get that money back, you know what's will happen now. So definitely, I proceeded. I advanced to the university. But before going to university, there's a story I call the endurance trek. Practically, I'd applied to other universities. No admission was forthcoming. I'd applied to JAMB. Unfortunately, I applied to Polytechnic Ibadan. I got admission. But there's a story I want you to learn because I'm going to connect the dots eventually. So that day when I got to JAMB office, I saw the way they do things. I usually register people for JAMB. So I sat down in my cubicle and I told myself, what JAMB is doing, if they continue like this, JAMB will go out of extinction. I sat down for like 8 to 10 hours. I started jotting what can JAMB do to make things better. After about 2 days, I remembered I was just putting on a palm slippers, wore my shirt, and I walked to JAMB office headquarters. I want to see the registrar. Who are you? Why do you want to see the registrar? I said, I want to see the registrar. Okay. They set up a team. The registrar is not around. By the time I finished doling out how JAMB should transform, they were all standing. But that's not where I'm going. Then they asked me a question. Young man, where is your business card? I said, what do you say? I said, I was just on my own thinking how JAMB should be better. Then one man said, with all these brilliant ideas, you have nothing to back it up. Okay, we'll get back to you. And that was why I left. 5 years down the line, to the glory of God, all the ideas I gave them, they executed it word for word. But I can't lay claim to it. What you are, the JAMB CBT, whatever, I gave it to them 15 years ago, 20 years ago. So one day I got mad in my spirit. I said, so I lost a ₦1 million idea because I refuse to upskill myself, because I refuse to make things in a proper way. So I told myself, I need to make a change. So when I was going to the polytechnic system, I got into school. I assumed leadership from day one. Since then, okay, let me put it this way. I changed what I was watching. Channels television became my favorite. CNN became my favorite. I don't want to stop watching it as early as that, because I just knew that something had gone wrong somewhere. So when I finished my handy, there was 2 years gap. I went back into teaching. So after teaching, you keep trying to get direct entry, there's discrimination. I picked University of Benin. By the time I got into the class, after some years, the students I taught, as far back as 5 years ago, I met them in class. I said, wow. They came to meet me. Uncle. But I know where I was going to. I just wanted to be different. When I got into the school, my first year, I got Scholars Award. I was the best. You would think this young man would stop teaching. I went ahead. At that level, I applied to National Open University. I don't know what happened to them. Probably because of my presentation, my interview process, and what have you. Something blocked their face not to see my qualification was an ND. It was an OND. So they asked me to become lecturer to year 1 students. And at that time, I was in University of Benin at 300 level. So I was lecturing year 1 students. But I kept building the profile. Then, in my final year, I told myself, I saw the way things were going. I said, my lecturers, I will employ you. People laughed. It's not possible. But I know the only answer to that is what I want to teach you now. Upskill, reskill. I got a job after my school. I told myself, I'm not going to stop at my BSc because there's a platform I want to break. And that particular stage I want to get into, there is a necessity to be able to compete at that level. I must have the same prerequisite requirements, because there are some doors I wanted to get to open it. The only way to open it is just to upskill myself. What did I do? My dear, struggle no dey finish. I was in Abuja then working. Once I closed in church on Sunday by 12, the next place you see me is at Gwagwalada Park. You don't start big. You see me hopping from one bus to the other, because my office only gave me 1 day, which is Mondays. Tuesday morning, you are back to work. So I will travel 7 to 8 hours from Abuja to Nsukka. I will get into Nsukka by 7. By at times, the earliest time, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. midnight. I finished my master's at the distinction level, full time. Then I looked at it. Some of my lecturers are still on masters. I have a target. I want to employ these people. I have a target. There's a door I need to open. At that level, I started writing what I call research articles, research papers. Before you know what was happening, my research papers got international. Before you know what was happening, I was Minister of Aviation. Before you know what was happening, I began to consult for organizations. I said, no, this is just like, this is not yet where I'm going to. Then I got transferred to Lagos. How do I begin? Where do I start from? My PhD is there. So I enrolled for the PhD. And I was told that you need to be coming to class at least once in a week. I traveled from Lagos to Nsukka at least on a weekly basis. I became so accustomed to the guys at the park that the ones I can say, boss, we don't see you now. Now, so the road now. Night buses. Uppy Waker, as dangerous as it was then, I would sleep at the park. In my bag, if you open my bag, I'm telling you this so that you know that to get there, there's sacrifice. If you open my bag, you see butter, you see bread, you see toothpaste, toothbrush, that's all, and my laptop. The day I was supposed to write my entrance exam for my PhD, guess what happened? By the time I left Lagos, traffic, I got into Onitsha around 9 p.m. The exam is 8 a.m. the following morning. Onitsha to Nsukka is about 3 hours. If God likes you, spend 3 hours. And guess what? I got to 12 Mile. I just saw 9th Mile. You know the place? Thank you. I got to 9th Mile. There was this Redeemed Church. I just saw this shadow. Saw this glimpse of light. So I just nodded. Are you having vigil today? They said, no, we don't have vigil. It's quiet areas. I said, please. I've attended Redeemed before. I was this, I was that, I was that, I was this, I was that. Can I call it? I said, God, what do you want? Can I just pass a night? So eventually they accepted. Don't forget, no baiting, nothing. 5 a.m., I was on the road on my way to Nsukka. I got to the examination hall some few minutes before 8. It was at the corner. I just, like mommy said, you don't want to get examined and you're looking haggard. My body spray. I entered. To cut the long story short, some years down the line, I got my PhD. Not getting it alone, but one of the best students who have one of the best thesis. I worked on malnutrition. The bottom line is this: to reskill yourself, determination is a key. Sacrifice is a key. Reskilling yourself is not this. Now let's go to the slide. Next slide. And I'll tell you some stories so that you understand what we are trying to drive at. The next one. Now, what is upskilling? If you look at what Mr. Lucky just said, he talked about learning, isn't it? Appreciating the importance of lifelong learning. It is not something that you start and you stop. It is a continuous process. While she was talking, I was noting out something. Immediately as she was talking, idea just dropped. Enoch, part of your consulting again, you need to teach some people some things. I was already thinking, let me look out for the caterers in my environment who sell all these small things. Gather them and teach them how to brand their business to become like another moi woman. I was just noting it. How much am I going to charge them? I'll offer them free service first of all. Then after 2 months, I will ask them, you want us to move from that level? Don't worry, I'm going to help you. Just pay me 5,000 per month. By the time you gather 50 people together, I'm not the one that will do the work. I have NYSC guys that I've trained. You go and train this woman, go and do this, go and do this. This is the manual. So you need to know that learning is not static. For you to upskill yourself on a daily basis, what are you learning? What are you improving yourself on? Show me a man The Bible says, study what? Show thyself what? Am I making some senses here? Let's go to the next slide. Look at this picture. I like to be very, very practical. It's a story of an Indian typewriter. Many, many years ago, when typewriter was there, like she has said, she used to be a typist. By the way, I think my mom and I, my mom and you share a lot of similarities. She used to be one of the first typists for Cocoa Board in the 1950s before they folded up. This Indian man seated here, when typewriter came, he embraced it so much. He was the best typist in town. He was the man that you see him walking majestically. I'm a typewriter. Everybody wanted to be his friend. Then they brought in the new electrical typewriter. When they did, the man said, to hell with electrical typewriter. I don't need it. I will stay on this. He kept on procrastinating. I don't need it. While he was there, they brought in the abacus. He said, I don't need it. While he was there, they brought in another set of computer, the early IBM computer. He said, I don't need it. My skills are enough for me. Presently, this man is out of job. He has how many typewriters? 1, 2, 3. He has a stencil. Did you see any customer there? Are there any clients patronizing him? Has his shop changed? The reason is this: he refused to change with time. And that is why I say change in life is constant. If you refuse to be adaptable to change, you'll be left behind. I repeat again, change in life is constant. If you refuse to be adaptable to change, you'll be left behind. This particular man, as good as he was then, as the best typewriter in the whole of India, as good as he was then, that the government officials will have to queue to his kiosk to get him to type for them. He had a lot of apprentices. Those days, you don't even go to secretariat schools to learn typewriting. You have to pay the typewriter behind that decade, and you will queue to learn it. They'll give you hour. You come this morning, come, and they beat you. Ha! But this man refused to upskill himself. I want to open the back of your head so that you can understand what upskilling really means. He's good at what he's doing. You said, what do you say you are doing again?
The editor.
Should I tell you a story? I wish I'd come across the word upskilling in my profession. There was a time I'd applied to International Red Cross, because I'm also into humanitarian work and what have you. I was asking to be their communications director and for the region of West Africa. Of course, that's a good cash. Your money is going to come in dollars, a lot of opportunities. I did the first stage, I passed, did the press, everything. The guy was beautiful. The second stage, I passed. Then we got to the third stage. He asked a question, because my own field, I've always taught communication, branding, communication this, communication that. Then he said, Oga, can you edit? I told them, I said, well, there's this argument I've always posed out there. If you're employing me, don't give me 10 people's job at the same time to do. So I said, well, I can do little editing that I know with your phone, your video. I said, no. Can you do the advanced editing, Canva, aside from that, do this, do this? I said, well, just trying to second guess. I'm trying to, trying to learn to. I said, okay, we'll get back to you. And that was the end. It was later on I sat down, because I do that. Why did I not get the job? It turned out that I was good in all areas, but the little one that had the opportunity, I've worked in a media organization for like 10, 15 years. I just know that's not my area. Do I really need it? I already know how to do editing with my phone, something, but they needed an advanced one. Meaning in this profession I find myself, there is a necessity for me to upskill myself to know some things around it in order to compete at that level. By the time I researched further to know who the director of communication is in the US, I realized that the guy is one of the person that edit most of their videos they post on Facebook. So I realized this was why they were asking, insisting. They know you don't have to do all the jobs, but they want you to have a residual knowledge, at least have a background knowledge of it. No one taught me. I went back to school. I called one of my guy working under me. I said, come, I know you know this thing very well. I will sit under you, teach me. Because I know one opportunity is coming again in that line. So when you refuse to advance your skills, you will be left behind. And that is what upskilling really means. Ability to improve yourself on daily basis within that particular sector or within that scope of your career. Next slide. Everybody bring out your phone. Let me see your phone. Let me see your phone. Is there any BlackBerry phone here? If there's a BlackBerry phone, I'm going to give you something. BlackBerry phone. Is there a BlackBerry phone here? No, if you don't say you get BlackBerry phone, put them out. I'll just write a check for you now. I'm serious, and I mean it. You have a BlackBerry phone, I'll give you something. Anybody? You have a BlackBerry phone, I'm going to give you 10,000 now. BlackBerry phone. Wow. Is it that bad? Is it that bad? Very bad. Should I tell you what happened? BlackBerry refused to upskill. There was a year, if I'm getting close to it, I say, give me your what? Your PIN. It was the big boy's phone. Ladies sacrificed their body for what? For BlackBerry. BlackBerry was the big boy. By the time you are getting to party, you are getting anywhere, they ask you, where's your PIN? Where's your... Because it became a status. BlackBerry confer a status on you that you are that level. But it's so shocking that nobody is talking about BlackBerry here. What happened? BlackBerry refused to upskill themselves. BlackBerry refused to learn and unlearn. And what happened? BlackBerry refused change. And today we've forgotten BlackBerry. Do we still have BlackBerry in the house? No. As at early this year, they sold off the brand. A lot of people have tried to resuscitate it, to resurrect it, to bring it back alive, to wake it up, give it any nomenclature. Yet, it's not meeting up. Why? Why their colleagues, why their mates were busy trying to adapt to change. BlackBerry's mindset was that we own the space. As at 1999, 2000, 2003, BlackBerry was the #1 mobile phone. Not in Nigeria, not in UK, not in Canada, in the world. In UK, they had about 69% of the market. In Canada, it had about 78.5% of the market. Globally, they occupied about 35% of the market. Others were struggling to compete with them. Is that provoking a thought in you? That if I refuse to upskill, to improve my skills, even in that area that you call yourself that you are a guru, in no distant time you'll be forgotten. You'll be left behind. Like I said, I have a lecturer in school. When he came to Uniben, he came in as a master's holder. He taught me. 5 years later, he's still without what? Masters. 5 years later, I left him at that place I met him. Today, if we are in the same vicinity of lecturing, they will address me as a senior lecturer. He will remain at lecturer 2. That's the highest he can go. He will be there. I will become a professor. He will remain there. He will be there. He will carry book to follow me to meetings when I'm going for deanship meeting. You know why? Because he has refused to upskill himself within that profession. Can I have the slide back? So let me just continue what I'm trying to say. So precisely, there's a necessity for you to start thinking, how do I improve what I know before what I don't know? Upskilling is on learning and learning new things. Am I making some sense? BlackBerry's issue. I sat down which day and I was thinking, how come they allowed such a brand? Meaning you can become a brand under brand management. You can become a brand, you get what we call the peak level. Now there's necessity what we call retention. To retain that position, you need to keep upskilling yourself, keep improving yourself. That is why you see Apple coming out with this version today, coming out with this, X that, iPhone 14, iPhone 13. The reason is this, they don't want to make the same silly mistake that BlackBerry made. Because you know why? No one is waiting for you to move up. Rather, they want to outsmart you. When I did my ND, it was purely journalism. But I looked at the markets. I saw journalists with their, and I don't like brown envelope. So I saw journalists with their footwear. I said, Jesus Christ, this is a journalist? And I looked at journalists who are doing well. So I carefully went to pick Christiane Amanpour of CNN. This is going to be my role model. She's the highest paid journalist in the world. I sat down, I looked at her. I found that she has diversified from different professions, from different places to who she is today. So I told myself, you know what, my BSc, instead of focusing on pure journalism alone, let me diversify. Let me focus on PR and adverts. I got to master's level. I already know what PR is, what's called public relation advertising. I need to diversify a little. I started to focus on CSR, fundraising, and community engagement. Because as at that time, most organizations, most firms, most companies you'll find, they are looking for how to relate well with the community in order to get their brand to become a brand home name. By the time I got to PhD, it's just that God just knew ahead that COVID was coming. I said, communication has gone beyond the level of you just focusing on journalism, you know what we call developmental communication. So I decided to digress a little to public health communication. So that's why my consulting cut across different strata of the society. You talk about PR, you talk about journalism, you talk about public health. One of those, I was in the hospital and a doctor was talking. I said, sir, this is wrong, you do it this way. And he looked at me. Are you not a communication person? Mind you, my PhD is public health communication and developmental communication. And in the US, once you have that, you are already taken as a consultant that can speak within the health balance as well. So the guy said, wow, so how did you blend all these things together? It's upskilling. So when COVID-19 happened, to the glory of God, I was one of the persons whose research was considered at the global level. I was one of the persons that I was able to quickly move in because I can use public relations to channel every organization's plan to overcome COVID. And when they're asking me, do you have anything relating to health? I say, yes, my PhD is public health. I work on severe acute malnutrition. So, okay, now you have a say to apply or to get this job done for us. Now, let me quickly run you through why BlackBerry failed before we move. Failure to adapt The day you refuse to adapt as an individual, to change, like that whole typewriter, you'll be left behind. Ignoring your competitors. Let me tell you, don't listen to people. Motivational speaker will tell you into this, that. See, life itself is a race. There's competition between good and evil. There's competition between God, my heavenly Father. Devil is striving every day to compete with him, to get souls for himself. So in life, to be better within that career you've chosen for yourself, you must understand what your competitors are doing at that time to be a step ahead. She just said something. I don't know if you're paying attention. Moiza. Am I correct? Moiza. Why? She's adapting what other people are doing to make them stand above others. If she's not doing that, before you know, some of you now, you've listened to her, you go and recreate that moi and she'll start to struggle to meet up with you. But she doesn't want to struggle. She still wants to remain at that peak, whereby even if you are coming to join her, you are either learning from her. So in that profession that you say, okay, I'm a good, I found myself. Should I tell you something? Nigerian architects, I'm sorry to say this, they are one person that you begin to ask yourself a question. When are we going to change? I know a lady who schooled abroad, she studied architecture. And by the time she got to our organization, they are still using 3D. They are still using 2D. What's that other popular one they are still using? Lady said, no, they long used this thing in 1980 abroad. This is the trend. This is what they are doing. And these are top professionals, the hoggers in the architectural industry. She said no. So by the time she was asking for this implement, you see, you can be on your phone and design a whole structure that will down as far as 10th floor, 20th floor, 50th floor, because technology has made it easier for you. So if you don't keep yourself abreast of what is happening within your profession, what will happen? You will be kicked behind. They will leave you behind. They will kick you back. You must not ignore your competitor. Who is your competitor? Your competitor is not your enemy. I hope you know that. Your competitor is not your enemy. Your competitor is not your opponent, so to say. Your competitor might be that same person that you are doing the same thing in the same office. So, but the fact is this, as long as that person is outsmarting you, not in the fraudulent way, but by the way of his skills that he has acquired over time, then that means you have been left behind. I was working with STB McCann before. That's one of the biggest advertising firms about 10 years ago. But if we are rating the top 10 now, I doubt if they will get to 15. At a particular time, the head of STB McCann was the president of Advertising Agencies of Nigeria. By the time I got in, did I say 10? Okay, about 15, 14 years ago. I got into the organization as an intern, and I saw a lot of people with BSc, with this, with that. These people, these ones have gone low. But I looked out for a niche that all of them were deficient. And what's that niche? Registering of adverts with HAPCON. So I just decided to go to HAPCON office. I'm a member. What it takes, how can I get it done within 24 hours, 48? I said, this is a practice. Because others, when they take them 1 week to get it out. And guess what? At a particular time, next day, McCann, if they are doing anything that has to do with adverts, Enoch, come. They push it. Come. They push it. And gradually, I was asked to go and represent the office before Sony. Those are the biggest electronic manufacturer. And I asked myself, where are others? I began to draft brief because over the years, they refused to develop themselves. They just focus on a particular area. There was no expansion of knowledge. The next thing is this, aversion to innovation. We are talking about upskilling. Upskilling goes with innovation. that particular bag you have been making for the last 10 years. You just heard her story. She's producing moi moi. Can you imagine? If they had told you some years ago that moi moi will take you to the US, I'm sure most of you won't believe it. But because she realized that there's a necessity for you to innovate what you are doing, packaging is important. When you refuse to innovate that particular skill you hold on to, you become like that Indian typewriter. BlackBerry held on to their space. Nobody will come in. Yes, we are the best, most secured mobile phone, but they refuse. They refuse to innovate. That the world will find ourselves. People want to share. And guess what happened? WhatsApp came and left them behind. Techno even left them behind because the first platform between BlackBerry and Techno to start doing WhatsApp messaging is who? Techno. Why? Because the other one was trying not to innovate. Lack of variety and segmentation. In life, whether you like it or not, that is why when you put on your TV, they won't show you music from morning to afternoon or to evening. No, because they are different segments of the society. By the time you begin to realize why you are that particular skill you own, and you can look inward to say, I need to segment this skill, you'll be a better person. If all you have learned all this while as a computer graphic designer is Photoshop, and it's that Photoshop you are honing on to, you are joking with yourself. Too dull, they became too restricted, poor upgrading, and BBM, they were too exclusive, they were not ready to share. Next slide. Next slide, please. Can you broaden it a little? So now, there's a difference between upskilling and reskilling. If you look at that box, you see experience, ability, growth, advanced training, competence. The word skill itself, we need to understand what skill is. Skill is not talent as people claim it is, or what is not. Skill is something that you have that makes you better within that particular environment. Skill is your technical know-how. Skill is that I know how to do this. And in every skill that you claim to have is an ability. What do I say is what? Is an ability. Your skill should be able to open up growth, expansion for you. Skill is an advanced training. Skill is knowledge. Skill is learning. Skill is competence. And guess what? Skill is arrived when you train yourself on a daily basis. Upskilling simply means learning new skills and building on already present foundation. Meaning what? You are not diversifying, but within that particular area, you are better. Within that particular profession, within that particular expertise that you find yourself, you are well-grounded. So you keep improving yourself on a daily basis. Don't be someone like me who have done a lot of reskilling. So reskilling simply means you are learning an entire new skill, different from the one you have been doing within that career. For instance, she's a typist. Now she has moved to catering. That is what you call what? Reskilling. If that Indian man decides to say, okay, I don't want to keep doing the whole typewriter again. I want to advance to that computer level of typewriting. What will happen? I will call what? Upskilling. So you can do both at the same time. So that's the between what? Upskilling and reskilling. Now, why do you need to upskill? There was a research carried out by American Psychological Association, and they found out something. US workers who pursued professional training in 2016, 47% said it helped them advance in their current position. No CEO wants to promote someone who remain at the same level, who keep doing the same thing over and over. Then 29% said they use this, their additional skill, to find a new job. At the particular time, I was telling myself because I keep getting invitation for job interview, come and do this, come and consult. At times I just say, you know what? I don't want this. I don't want that. I don't want this. Because over the years, when I saw COVID-19 happened, I quickly went to Emory University in the US and said, you know what? I want to learn what to call communicating during emergencies. That was all. It was like 2 months course. You know why? Because it is necessary in this generation we have. Find ourselves. The risk, crisis will keep happening. Emergencies will keep happening. And for you to flow at the NGO level, if you are not acclimatized with what you find in the emergency industry, nobody will hire you. I consult for a particular woman in the US. She's a lawmaker. She ran into my profile on LinkedIn and she reached out. So I observed that you are quite good in this aspect, fundraising, partners relations, but there's something I see you are blending. I said, what's that, man? So I can see that you have been able to move across different professions, and that is what I'm looking for. Business development, you are into teaching, you are into research. I want someone who can advise and consult for me. Because as a lawmaker, I'm expected to know a bit of all. And that was what got me the job. I'm here in Nigeria. I'm working for her in the US. But you know what gave me that job? Is because over the years, I've learned or I've mastered what you call upskilling to get a new job. 27% pursue an entirely new career. You see, once you upskill yourself, it opens doors for you to pursue other forms of career you might be interested in. The next slide. Next slide, please. No, the next one. The skills company need most in 2020. This is very important for you people. There are top 5 soft skills that you need. Number 1, creativity. Number 2, persuasion. The third is collaboration. 4, she said something like that, adaptability, emotional intelligence. I work in Christian Broadcasting Network and I oversee like 4 departments. And people ask me, how do you cope? At the same time, I lecture in Lagos State University of Science and Technology. At the same time, I consult for a foundation in the US. At the same time, I consult for a lawmaker in the US. At the same time, I write research articles on daily basis. One of my research just got published by a top-notch journal in the world. And people ask me, do you sleep at all? Because you know what? Nobody wants to hire anybody who lacks creativity. How do you build your creativity? Is thinking outside the box. Let's be practical. Don't think too much. I've had people say thinking outside the box. This my particular sister, she's writing with, I saw this book now. I saw this particular, what do you call it? Pack. I actually produced this as well. By the grace of God, I consult for West African Tax Administration Forum. That's the collaborative association for all tax agencies in Nigeria. And their procurement and brand, strategic and whatever consultants. Gambia, Ghana, they are part of the association. And how did I get the job? Many years ago, I'd worked with a clearing and forwarding company. So while working there, they were not paying me much, but I was just learning to do it. Then from there, I took some printing, whatever. So when the man came, it was my former landlord. I said, "Oga, the first, can you do this?" I said, "I can do more than this now." I just sat down the system. I went to Shomolu. I sat down with Shomolu boys. I went to Mushi. I sat down with them. How much do you charge? What does it take to print? How can you do this? My first job I gave them, I lost about 250,000. Then I went back to China. I sat down. I had to register for a business, how to do business smartly with Chinese without being cheated. Because they don't understand English. So by the time I was grounded in it, I bidded for a contract from them. They said, we see that you are good. Rather than bidding, can you come in as a consultant at the same time you'll be bidding for the contract? I accepted. I think after that time, I have made over, let's not say it because of the press. But to the glory of God, I think the last job I did was over $1 million as a profit. Yes. You know why? And I'm sure there are many printers, there are many procurement managers who are there still languishing on. Let me not say that. I don't like using that word. But the fact is this, they refuse to upskill themselves. There's no profession you can't learn. YouTube has made life easier for everybody. Just sit down on it. You can write something about this. You don't need to be a printer to produce this. All you need to do, just go to Shomolu Printing Village or go to Mushi Bros. I beg now this thing, I want the print now. Is that it? Okay, how much will it cost? Put it together, repackage it. Don't tell them where you're coming from or where you're going to. Go back and resubmit it. December is coming now. A lot of people will do AMPA. They can't stress themselves. I know a lady, she's a millionaire through AMPA. What she did was that when she went to Idumota, she sat down with that mama that used to say, so mama, please, ma, she's a BSc holder. Can you teach me how you get this provision for us? At a very cheap price. Say, you know, you need to do this, you do that. She was in Idumota for almost 1 month. And guess what? When she left Idumota, she went back to Abuja, now did a comprehensive list, a comprehensive package, starts sending out to people. She's in the US presently. She used AMPA money. All she does is this, she will send proposals to organizations, put them together, go back to that Idumota, buy it at a very cheaper rate, rebrand it, attach one card to it, and make it look nice. The same million you are buying for 1,200, she'll sell you 2,500 in that AMPA. Think. Reskilling yourself is not going to university 4 walls alone. It's not until you go to Harvard University. The procurement I do about importing and exporting is here. I did not go to any university to learn it. I just sat down under a man who used to do all this side or whatever and build his business. And I learned it very well. I can do procurement without, I will be in Abuja, sir, their goods is seized. I'm still working. I'll just call custom officer. That's how we do it. That's how we do it. And you know what? I begin to feel from him for people. When my office was to import something, I said, what would you? I'm in this office. You will go ahead and employ, what do you call it, importer to do, they'll bill you 2 million. I said, I will do the business. My guy said, are you sure? By the time I delivered the consignment, without, I even got them duty free. They're supposed to pay about 5 million, pay 18,000 naira. Because what people don't know is this, there is a law in Nigeria that when you are bringing health materials, it is compulsory, even education materials, you must be given a rebate, ask for it. But if you don't ask, custom will not tell you. But I studied the system. I wrote to Minister of Information, Minister of Finance. I wrote to several bodies, to Nigerian Custom Authority. We are due for this. We are a non-profit organization. We are bringing health materials. We are bringing this. The Constitution says this, says that. And they just approved the letter like that. Bam. We are supposed to pay like 5M. We end up paying 18,000 naira as duty. You know why? Because somebody took the pain. Not thinking, it's not thinking alone. Information to go and learn it. But most of us will just go, we'll follow Shaggy, Bobrisky and co. There are a lot of information there. As a startup, you are entitled to tax relief for at least 2 to 3 years. Dangote has enjoyed it over and over. Enjoy it also. The so-called top 10 hard skills. You know that soft skills, you need to be creative, persuasive, collaborative. Collaborate with people. You can't do it all alone. She said something about service. Have you decided to go and meet people? Okay, what can you do? You can do this, we can do that. Jobber man, what you say as jobber man today? There are some guys who finished from Lautech, from different schools, from backward, they sat down together, put skills together, and they gave out to what? Jobber man. Those guys are doing great. What you know as Flutterwave is not one person. There are guys who sat down and put skills together, strength, to see what you have today. I sat down one of those days in my house. I was looking at one particular matchmaking site because I do research. I started to log it. By the time I was done, I saw over 50-something floor. And what I'm doing now is I'm already preparing a proposal to them that if they don't answer me, I will expose them. And their company is down, and these guys are making millions. They don't have a choice because I've sat down to look into their errors. That is also reskilling yourself. There are some guys, that's what they do. The next one, so you can look at 10 hard skills that you need. Just hold on. You need to blockchain, clouding. See, if you're an ICT guy, you don't know cloud computing, you're joking with yourself. Oh. Analytical reasoning, UX design, artificial intelligence, software, and etc. Video production. There's money in video production. And you don't need a teacher to teach you. There are a lot of materials online. You can sit down with it and you will learn it. The next slide. Because of my time, the skills for the future workforce. Sense making, novel adaptive thinking. She said a lot. She has said a lot of things about that. Computational thinking, social intelligence, new media literacy. And let's go to the next one. Next slide. There's a place I'm going to where I'll round up in the next 5 minutes. Just next slide, leave that. Professional skills. This is research I carried out. And the top 10 organizations in the world, this is what they look for when it comes to upskilling and reskilling. Continuous learning. My boss will tell you in the office, I don't want to hire someone who is too old to learn. Every day he comes to the office, what have you learned today? You must have something to tell him. Collaboration, teamwork. My boss in the office will tell you, I would rather work with someone who is a team maker and who stays at the background than to employ a ruler who disregards teamwork. Negotiation influencing. To the glory of God, I'm the negotiator for my office both in Nigeria and in West Africa. When they are trying to get things done, how did I learn this thing? My mother used to sell bread and egg. And for you to sell egg very well, you must be a good negotiator. Then I decided to go and understudy Igbo traders at Ladipo. Those guys are very good at, I'm twisting you to buy more and to pay more for what is less. After I studied, I worked among Igbo boys selling spare parts. I learned a lot of things. So anybody coming to my office saying, no, we don't want to sign up to negotiate with us. Because by the time you are leaving, if you are coming with the mind, somebody recently came to my church, gave us 800,000 whatever bill to train. By the time I was done talking with him, I get to know where he's from, his village. I began to relate with him from that place. He ended up paying 400,000. I asked that we should pay for 6 times or 4 times. Pay this year, pay next year. It was when the guy left and I quickly committed him to a contract. He now realized, what happened? It's not juju. You can learn negotiation skills. People pay for it. Project management is a key to every profession you find yourself. Communication and storytelling. Can I ask you a question? How many of you are on Instagram, you're on Facebook? No NGO today would hire you if you're not a good storyteller. I know a lady, she's not just a graduate, she has a car, she has a house. What else? She just got some other job. She built herself. The present editor of Guardian magazine, she's my very good friend. We did masters together. She didn't make 2-1. She was lower credit. Her masters was just barely above. But today she's the editor of Guardian magazine. Why? She's a good storyteller. I say, Njideka, come. You're a good storyteller. She knows how to tell story. And today, she's that good that Harvard had to offer her scholarship. A lot of us are good storytellers. She says something, they say you are talkative. An average talkative person in quotes is a good storyteller. And storyteller is what brand needs. They want someone to tell their story. All you need to do, go on internet, reskill yourself about it, broaden your knowledge about it, and package it and make it to something very good. Last slide. And that's where I would want us to do something. Last slide. Can you body that last slide, please? No. Go back. Go back. Yes, quick tips to upskill and elevate your career goals. I'll tell you 8, and they are practical, and they've helped me over the years. Set smart goals. what you normally see as achievable goals. And what is SMART? S is what? Specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and timeline. Now, let's be frank with ourselves. All these things I've said, most of you have just, you go back. How do you set SMART goals? You don't have to do a lot of things at the same time. Be specific about what you want to achieve at that time. Is this thing measurable? Can any goals you are setting that you cannot measure, throw it away? When I wanted to get my PhD, it was a goal. I was specific. I want my PhD. I was specific. I want to get this particular kind of job. Then it's something that you can measure. To measure something, you must set a timeline. You must put what you want to achieve, where you want to achieve it beside it. Is this something achievable? Is this something you can attain? For instance, if I tell myself by next year, 2023 election, I want to be the president, even if all the pastors gather in Nigeria to pray for me, it will not happen, except probably there's something that happened in Nigeria and some people die and they just say they need somebody urgently. Because one, I'm not a member of a political party. I've not joined this. I've not joined that. So definitely it is not measurable. It's not achievable. It's not attainable. I'm not saying we shouldn't pray. Prayer answer. I'm a prayer warrior. But the fact is, if you don't set goals that are achievable, that are measurable, attainable, you'll be left behind. That's number one. Two, this is where I want you to go back home and sit. Do a SWOT analysis of your life. You know what they call SWOT analysis? Your strengths, your weakness, your opportunities, your threats. You know why this is important? This is going to help you to know where exactly you need to upskill yourself. By the time you do your strengths, first of all, this is my strength. Do I need to improve my skills in this area or not? By the time you look at your weakness, and every weakness naturally, if you are able to build on your weakness in a space of years, that weakness you built on will open doors for you. And I'll give you an example, Tyler Perry. Tyler Perry is coming from a background that is already is at a disadvantage in the US. In the media industry, the only award you get are mostly for the whites, but the guy decided to create his own niche. He realized that among the Black population, they have issues with marriage. They have issues with relationship. And that is why you see most of his movies tweeting towards that particular marriage, relationship, and understood that an average Black person still identify with God. So you always bring the theme of God at the end in his movie. And before you know what was happening, he was able to take charge of the Black market, first of all. And most of the Bet award, Black entertainments, whatever, is the one that keeps getting it. Why? Because he's looked at the weakness of that industry. The whites were not telling the story of the Blacks the way they should tell it. So he decided to begin to tell the Black story in the right way. One of my role model, she once said something. Until we begin to tell our story our own way, the wrong people keep telling us the wrong way. So you need to do a SWOT analysis of your life. What are the opportunities? For every opportunity you have, you need to still reskill it to build on it. What is that threat? By the time you do a SWOT analysis, it will help you to know where exactly you need to build yourself. You don't have to go to university like me. You don't have to do professional exams like me. You don't have to do this like me. Your own might just be staying alone with Google for like some hours trying to learn. If I ask you now, how many of you have done digital marketing, Facebook digital marketing? Let me see your hand up. Wow. You've not done Facebook or Google digital marketing, and you sitting in this hall, stand up. If you've not done it, stand up. If you have not, stand up. Wow. They've not done digital marketing. They don't know digital marketing. And you are here as a youth. Assignment number one, it is free. And a lot of undergraduates who are undergoing ASU strike have landed jobs with it. Coursera is there. You have over 1 million free courses on Coursera. Go there, go and learn. Don't just sit home. Digital marketing Facebook is free. And once you know it, you can land some sorts of jobs online. People need digital marketers on a daily basis. See that? And let me wrap up. I know my. The next thing you need to do is formulate a plan. It's very key. A man without a plan will head nowhere. Formulate a plan on how you want to upskill yourself. The next thing you need to do is act on your new skills. Act on your new skills. The next thing you need to do is stay adaptable. And finally, which is very key to every skills, blow the trumpet of your skills. See, I keep updating my LinkedIn profile almost every week. Each time I have something, I upload. Because a skill that you have that nobody knows about it is as good as not having it. How many of you are on LinkedIn profile? Let me see. You have a LinkedIn account. If you have a LinkedIn account, stand up. Wow. If I look at this using my statistical sense, about only that's about 12.2% of you people have LinkedIn accounts. And you are saying you are looking for a job, you want to connect with people, you want to collaborate with people, you are far from it, I'm sorry to say, because that's the professional platform to build network across board. And if I decide to check, okay, let me talk to you now. How many of those of you standing, when was the last time you posted, not like, you posted on your LinkedIn page? Let me see. This week, you posted this week, let me see. Only one person. 2, 3. So what happened to others? We just open, they ask us to open, we keep it dormant. Nobody will come for you. I'm damn serious. Sit down. Change in life is constant. Go to the last. Reach out. Okay, hold on. You can start a blog about your learning. You can read as much as you can. Reach out to a mentor. You have mentors here. She was a role model at a time she does, but we are meeting now. Network as much as you can. Don't just use Facebook to just chat. Network. Build purpose-driven relationship to upskill yourself. Last slide. Last slide, please. I'm not seeing it. I need to see that. No, okay. Benefits of the benefit is this. There are 4 benefits, and don't let the people tell you any lie. These are the core benefits of it. Number 1, enhance your work life. There's a particular time I'd worked that there was no car, nothing. But when my skill improved and things improved, what happened? A car came along. This will come along. Anytime I'm in Abuja, I can't remember when last. Okay, I was in Warri, which day? By the time I was at the airport, I saw like different people coming. Yes, sir, opening door. When I'm in Abuja, there's an official car that comes straight boom, to pick me up. But there was a time before I got to that level. If you like enter, you have to enter bus to no flights. But there's a status quo. There's a status that is being conferred on you because of your skill, because your life will upgrade. I can't remember when last I traveled by road. I can't. The next one is inspire a career. It has a way of inspiring you career-wise. You are able to blend with some people in the society. There are some places when I go there and I mention, doctor say, oh, no, let him enter. Then, whether you like it or not, upskilling yourself will earn you a raise, a paycheck. Your salary will increase. Your money will increase. All of this, you see, people have said the reason why you work is because of your purpose. I know, but we all need this money. One thing that will bring that money is to upskill yourself. The lastly is improving yourself. It helps you to improve yourself, to make you to compete with your colleagues. Next slide, and I think I'll be rounding up with that. Learning and innovation go hand in hand. The arrogance of success, like BlackBerry, is to think that what you did yesterday will be sufficient for tomorrow. I repeat again. The arrogance of success, that little success that you think you have upskilled yourself, is to think that what you did yesterday will be sufficient for tomorrow. Can I tell you something? There's a big in you. There's a giant in you. All you need is to upskill it and be the best. You can make Nigeria better. God bless you.
Please, can we stand? Can we stand as we clap for Dr. Enoch? Please put your hands together. Put your hands together, everyone. Thank you so much. You can be seated now. Thank you so much, Dr. Enoch. It's been wonderful. You will all agree with me that from the 2 speakers, one thing is very clear. You can't stand on what you know already. You can't stand on what you learned yesterday. You can't keep standing on what you are doing now. There must be a rebranding. There must be an upskilling. There must be an advancement, not just for your products and services, but for you as a person, as a professional. Your competence must go higher. You must learn new things every day, rebrand and keep rebranding. Thank you so much, Dr. Enoch. Thank you so much, Mrs. Ayodeji Bibokwe. God bless you both. Not to waste our time, we'll take a short break, but not now. I want us to move ahead. We'll take a short break when we come to the Q&A session, but before then, we'd like to welcome our third speaker. Thank you so much for that. Now we're going to be wondering, what has our mindset got to do with rebranding? What has our mindset got to do with upskilling? Everything the two speakers and facilitators have said here today, we make no meaning. You get nothing out of it if you do not have apply the right mindset. Emotional intelligence. How good is your mental health? Let's put our hands together again as we welcome Mrs. Joy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wow. Okay, maybe I should start from here and then I progress to that end. Well, it's been really, really amazing. I really want to thank you so much, Mrs. Ayo and Dr. Enoch. This is so amazing. Thank you, a very big thank you. I mean, the day started with the rain this morning, but one thing I said to myself, I made up my mind that I would be here early. So I want you to know that everything really starts with the mind. Everything starts with the mind. There is no limitation except in your mind. I want you to write that down. There is no limitation except in your mind. A lot has been said, but if your mind refuses to take in what you have received today, I'm talking about accepting it, knowing that every single thing that has been shared today is possible. Everything is possible. Whatever you choose, you have seen it all. I wouldn't say so much today because they have said it all. But the last thing or the most essential thing that you must make up your mind to always engage yourself with is the ability to engage your mind to become. I want to say a very big thank you to the organizers of this conference for giving me this opportunity. I mean, this is, it's so very, very, very timely because of the situation and the circumstances that we find ourselves in as a people, as a community, families, a nation, and all of that. So I want to say thank you to the Rose of Sharon Foundation and a very big thank you, Dr. Bowie, and all the organizers of this conference. And I want to say thank you for coming as well, all our online youths. I know some of you are online. I want to say thank you very much for staying on up till this time. And I promise you, I wouldn't go too long, but I just want to lay some very basic foundation that will help you. I mean, like a building block or a bridge that will help you to connect all that has been said today. Because without your mind, have you ever wondered why somebody may have lost their mind? They can't be here. If somebody loses their mind, they can't be here. They can't receive what we are receiving here today. So the mind is actually the center of performance. All right. So, well, I left my paid employment like 2 or 3 years ago, and I set up this consulting company. I am a human resources professional. I'm also an independent consultant. I consult with different organizations, and we are still on the learning journey. All right. So we are a global leader in people and process development. That is a statement. It doesn't mean that we have become it, but we are hoping to get there, and we will get there because we are setting our minds right. Okay. So let's move on. Our topic today is on expanding the mindset to evolve with the times. The new lens, building sustainable solutions for youth, employment, and empowerment. I like the way Mrs. Ayo put hearts together because I was thinking about the two, and I left empowerment there. But in my other slide, I said, okay, employment, but I think the two are necessary for us to progress and arrive at what we are seeking. So we want to expand the mindset to evolve with the times. So very quickly, let's run through the slides. We have a presentation outline. Yes, I've been introduced. So we have a presentation outline. So yes, we'll just very quickly talk about our objectives for this. We want to ensure that everybody understands why we're here, because we're not just here to, I don't think you are just here for fun. From what the two speakers have said, nobody is here to just come and sit down at this event and after that go back. No. So we want to understand what the current realities are, the mindset itself, the impact of mindset on sustainable employment, practical steps. We're going to look at emotional intelligence briefly and mental health and what is the winning perspective. Okay, so as a learning outcome, all right, so I'm hoping that you will get more knowledge on the mindsets. We must not ignore the mindset. Let's move on with the slides. Understand the criticality of broadening your mind so that you can stay relevant. That couldn't be overemphasized, because from what you have heard so far, you have seen how things have moved. So I learned how to use the typewriter when I did my master's in the UK many years ago. And then there were no computers. I mean, they had come in, but we're not used to it. So I actually went to the school. I was doing my master's then, but in the evening, I went to a business school and I was taught how to use the typewriter. Wow. When I came back to Nigeria, actually, you know how you place your hands on the typewriter? There's a way they tell you, A, E, blah, blah, blah. Yes, exactly. And then while we were doing our master's then, not everybody had, I didn't have a laptop then, I didn't have any computer. So we go into the lab and use it. But by the time I came back to Nigeria, I couldn't use those typewriters again because I couldn't find them. They were no longer there. So we must desire to be relevant. You must make up your mind to remain relevant. That could be your prayer point, actually. To remain relevant, because the times and seasons are speedily evolving. I believe God is at work to ensure that everything he wants to do is completed. And that's why there's so much information, so much knowledge. Go to LinkedIn, go to Coursera, go to the internet, and you will be filled with so much knowledge. But it depends on how you want to upskill. It depends on how you want to reskill. It depends on what you want to actually learn. Okay? So, like I always do, with some people introduce themselves. My name is Joy. Let me just ask you, what's your name? Similade. And also people on the watching online, I'd like you also to type in the chat box your names. It sort of gives this interaction. Okay, so who is an entrepreneur here? Who is an entrepreneur? Hello? Oh, yes. What do you do?
Okay, I have a brand called Home Essentials. So what we do is to produce cleaning agents for majorly the homes, like the liquid soap, the Dettol, Izal, the bleach.
Excellent. Thank you for clapping for her. That is absolutely excellent. All right, so who is a student here, an undergraduate? How many are undergraduates here? Okay, I like the percentage. So how many are employed? You're doing some sort of work. Okay, fair balance. All right, how many are looking for a job? 1, 2. Okay, all right. So we are on the icebreaker slide. Can you move to that slide? Now, how many people have social media platforms? You have Instagram, WhatsApp, Snapchat. Which other one? Twitter. Which other one? Nobody mentioned Facebook. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Okay, all right. So you see, the reason I am asking you these questions is because you must be able to ascertain where you are in life. Okay, so it's not enough to say, I'm looking for a job. It's not even enough to say, okay, I have a brand. It's not even enough to say, okay, I'm employed. How are you developing your mindset to become what you must become in the nearest future. Let's go to the next slide. And we're going to do a little bit of exercise right now. So the next slide, we have a sad reality. We're still introducing this topic. So who is going to bail us out? What's the sad reality? The bleak economy? Graduates, master's degree holders still looking for jobs, and some undergraduates are not even sure when they are going back to school. Majority of workers in constant money worries. Small businesses are forced to survive on loans. And I asked, who is going to bail us out? Who? Who? Rose of Sharon? Nigerian government? Okay, maybe you need to run away to Canada because I want you to know that there is no limitation, absolutely no limitation, except the limitation you have in your mind. Okay? And that's why you must audit yourself, like Dr. Enoch already told us. So how do you audit yourself? First of all, I must tell you that I know that I'm speaking to people. You might be an introvert, people of different personality types. You might be an introvert, you might be an extrovert. You might have those leadership potentials in you. So you must audit yourself at all times. You don't bring yourself, into comparison in such a way that you feel inferior before other people because you feel that, okay, because I'm introverted, I can't do this. Because I'm extroverted, I can't do this. You must understand your personality type. And that's why you must audit yourself. How do you audit yourself? Like he rightly said, do a SWOT analysis. Your strengths, communication, teaching. Yes, you said it all. What do you do? Marketing. What are those? I want you to actually do it now. Can you just do a quadrant? 4 boxes. Just draw a box and put a line across it. Okay? Write strength, write weakness, write opportunity, and write your threats. You might find something that might help you. Just draw a box. You know how to draw a square and then put a line across that square. Yes. So your strengths. Can you identify one of your strengths? What do you think is your strength? What do you think is your strength?
Okay. Acting.
Acting. Can you imagine? Are you acting currently? Oh, good. Glory.
Critical thinking.
Critical thinking. Ooh, okay. So write it there. Write it down. Write it down. Now, we also have weaknesses. What do you think is your weakness? Hello? Now, you must be truthful to yourself because it's you. What's your weakness? Okay, you don't have a weakness.
Not introvert.
Okay, I'll tell you how that introvert will no longer be a weakness to you. All right? Okay, ask me later, okay? So now, when you have your strength identified, you know why you have to do this? Because you start working on it. If you don't write it down, I tell you, you're going to forget. So write it down and fit yourself in. Even after this program, you go back and look at it. Find other strength that you think you have. Put it down on that side of the box. Put your weaknesses. What are the things threatening you? What do you think are threats? What are the opportunities? Opportunities might be a platform like this. Rose of Sharon, you don't even know. Opportunities could be your Instagram page. You could do so much. Your Facebook page. Did you not just hear how undergraduates are getting jobs right now, even though there is a strike going on, but they've gone to learn digital marketing. So you can't even say that something is threatening you because with the power of your mind, you are able to turn every situation to bail us out or to bail the situations you find yourself in out. So it's not about saying that the situation is bleak, there is no job. The answer is with you, is within you. And that's why we're talking about expanding the mindset. It's within you. There is no limitation, absolutely no limitation, except in our minds. So we must understand how to break free from mind-limiting beliefs. All right, so you're going to stand up because we're going to make some positive affirmations right now. And when you make those affirmations, I want you to continue to internalize them. Let's go, the slide on affirmations. You just need to stand up and refuse. I want you to say it like you really mean it. Say, I refuse to accept the status quo. I want you to say, I refuse to accept the status quo. I am made for more. God has a purpose for me. I am made for global impact. I discover it and I run with it. I set my goals, spiritual, financial, academic, career, business. I will not procrastinate. I take action and I gain traction. I am not disadvantaged. Please put your hands together for yourselves. Please be seated. All right. We have to say this, the power of the human mind. We have to say this. Let's move on to the next slide. The power of the human mind. Why are we speaking? Because our mind is a wonderful gift from God, and it is the main center of performance. If you look at a madman on the streets, he can't do anything anymore except he's cured, healed, or delivered from that affliction. So because you have a sound mind, you have received the best gift apart from our salvation from God, the mind, the human mind. So there is no handicap except in our mind. There is no limitation except in our mind. Do you think that Mrs. Ayo talking to us today of how she started from her moi moi selling and that has taken her to the White House? Do you think she just woke up one day and just walked into it? No. These are things that have happened, occurrences that have happened in the mind. These are things that have happened because she sat back, she examined through upskilling and reskilling, through knowing how to find her pathway. Look at when Dr. Enoch was doing his master's, his PhD. He already determined in his mind, I am going to get to this position. I'm going to get to this place. I'm going to do this. And then right there in the mind, he began to take steps. So it's the element of a person that enables them to be aware of their world and their experiences, to think, to feel. It's the faculty of consciousness and thoughts. Why do we have to make these affirmations to ourselves? You must be able to have conversations with yourself. There are times when you feel down. There are times where you feel as if nothing good is going to come out of you. But you say, no, I cannot be defeated. I am not disadvantaged. I am more than this. I'm made for a global impact. I have what it takes. Yes, you must engage your mind. Why? Because you have that conscious aspect of your mind, and then you have the subconscious. You know, the subconscious is even the one that is even so active, whether you are sleeping or whether you are awake. Because there you can form things in your mindset, and then you come out in the morning and you are like, wow, you're on top of the world. You feel that you can, crush any mountain before you. Why? Because you imagined it, you spoke it into yourself, and you came out that way. I tell you today again, there is no limitation except in the mind. If you decide that in the next 5 years, I'm going to step into the White House, it's going to happen for you. It will happen for you. Let's look at the next slide. We are talking about who is going to bail us out. The power of the mind. So our mind functions in different ways. It's either a positive mindset you've got, or you've got a negative mindset, or you have a passive mindset, I'll tell you. All right? So like I said, the mind is either conscious, in a conscious state, or in a subconscious state. So you've got to check your mind in the same way you use your legs to walk. You have to get hold of your mind, because the mind is, like I said, is the seat of performance. Oftentimes we come from different environments. And in those environments, we are conditioned to think in a particular way. Maybe, for instance, you stay in a place like, let's say, Ajegunle, for instance, okay? And then, why there? I'm giving this example because a top minister of God has shared this several times. But each time he comes into Ajegunle, he said to himself, I'm moving to a better place. This is not where I'm going to remain. So he began to engage his mind positively. But do you know that there are some people that will still remain in that environment? And I'm not saying that, you can't live in Ajegunle. Why not? People can live in different places, but in life, there is growth. And so in life, because there is growth, you move from one place to the other. You left nursery school, you moved to primary school, right? You moved to secondary school, higher school, and so on. So you don't have to remain in a place for the rest of your 50 years or 60 years on earth. You can actually be adventurous. You can have a plan to get there. And all these things are happening in your thoughts process. So if you're positive-minded, you will make that decision. And shortly, it will just happen because you have agreed in your mind that that is what you want. But some people might become negative. And because you left Ajegunle and went to Ikoyi, and all they say to you is, who took you there? How did she get there? What did she do? And it is a negative mindset. These things happen because the mind has been conditioned to think negatively. And until you break out from that mindset, it's just going to remain like that. If the mind is not sound, nothing is going to be sound. If the mind is not sound, nothing is going to be sound. Because even when you want to get it right, something in your mind pulls you down again. And then you're wondering, what is happening to me? So the subject or the study of the mind is something that is very critical for every human being. And I'm so glad that Rose of Sharon deemed it necessary to talk about this as a topic, to bring this as a topic. Our mind is for thinking. It's for reasoning. It's for imagination. The thoughts of Dr. Enoch's mind is what is speaking here, because he sat back and he began to think and look at how he's been able to upskill himself. If in his mind, he said, this thing, okay, I can't do it. Let it just go. Am I the only one? He wouldn't do it. That's how it is. You might see an opportunity, and because your mind is laid back or passive, it's not interested. Okay, it's for them. It's for those people. Let's just be doing it our own way. Just like the person that was using the typewriter. He never bothered. He never bothered. The activities that happen in the mind are able to set you on a very high pedestal within a very short time. What happened to Facebook? He says, ideas, they don't come in fully formed, Mark Zuckerberg. They don't come in fully formed. They just drop in you. And if you don't reason, harness it, imagine it, it will never happen. Some people have great ideas, but it never came to limelight. So your mind is the center of every performance. Where do you want to play in life? How do you broaden your mindset? The next slide. Where do you want to play in life? Okay. Are you moving into education? Do you want to move into the corporate world? The next slide. Are you moving into the media, into business, into technology, NGO, ministry, church world? Where do you want to play in life? Somebody told us she's already in that branding space. Yes, she's already affecting a particular community or environment or industry. So you must determine, you may decide, I'm going to play in all like Dr. Enoch. It's about what you believe. There's absolutely nothing too difficult for anybody to achieve if you believe you can achieve it. The next slide. So now, how do you broaden the mindset? So it's about expanding our horizon. Many times, I remember, I think one of the presentations we had sometimes, somebody said, but I find it difficult to think. So what do you need to do? You need to actually sit down. Yes, you need to sit down. I like what Dr. Enoch said. He said, I sat down and began to look at it. What was he doing? He was pondering over what he learned, over what he knows or what he wanted to do, or that goal in his mind. He sat down. So you must set a time, and I have a time. Every month on Facebook, in our business, we run a thinking series. And what do? We have this webinar on expanding our mind on thinking. We started it since January. The different levels of thinking. You can have big picture thinking, possibility thinking, creativity, critical thinking, strategic thinking, and all of that. Why? Because we are going somewhere. And that's also the same for you. Set a time. I know one thing I thank God very much for is for the pandemic. So there is good in every opportunity. Do you know that during the pandemic, Jeff Bezos, yes, the Amazon man, he was making so much money. There was no movement, but he developed in his mind that strategy to bring still people's products to them. Even though there was a pandemic, they were still able to deliver. So you must be able to take away the hustle and bustle and have a schedule where you sit down and form. If you could start with 5 minutes, 10 minutes, it's just like some of us. After praying, we just run away. We don't even sit back. You know, we're too busy because it's time, because of Lagos traffic. It's time to be on the road. It's time to do this. It's time to do that. And so it's become a routine, a way of life. And creativity will never come that way. Inspiration will not come that way. Yes, you have to plan your life in such a way that you fit in a time where you shut everything out. It could just be 10 minutes that you start from. It could just be 15 minutes in your daily activity. Draw up your calendar. These are my to-do list. This is what I have to do. You can say 12 o'clock, 10 minutes. I'm just going to set myself apart and I'm going to think. You can say 15 minutes. It could be at home. I'm saying this to you because this is what millionaire minds do. There are people that have made it here and there are people that are still going to be millionaires tomorrow. And these are the things they do. You know, life will not give you whatever you deserve. It will give you what you demand out of it. So you have to create your world out of life. How do you start creating your world? By broadening your mind so that you can expand. You can see things in a different way. You can have a new horizon to engage in a worthwhile cause. Engage in an activity that will enlarge your mindset. Don't just limit yourself to the confines of where you are today. There is something better tomorrow. Okay? Envision repeatedly. Look at the past. Look at the present. How did I start off? Where am I today? And where am I going tomorrow? Look at it. Review. Don't just, okay, after this program now, it's so easy to just take the books, look at it today, and then you drop it. But I have learned so much. And so you can go back to the board, your vision board. Yes? How many of us have vision boards? 1, 2, 3, 4. See, there's something really wrong.
God, and I think that is proper. Do you know what a vision board is? It's simply that you have, it could even be a piece of paper that you have put your vision on, what you want to achieve, and you placed it where you will see it, okay, where you will engage with it every time. And it is important. You've written it, you can write it, it could be a drawing, it could be anything, but something that is catchy, that will catch your attention at all times. This is what I want to do. Every morning you wake up, in the afternoon, at night, you're looking at it and you are setting goals to get there. It's as simple as that.
So how many of us are going to do a vision board? Thank you, ma'am. How many? How many? I can't see every hand. Oh my God. Yes, everybody, just take a paper. Don't wait till you get it, get that board and just write it down and place it where you can see it. You can even cut out pictures of magazines from your house if you don't have any. Just write it, just draw something. That's the way to visualize. And then you bring your mind into it. Okay? Please do it. Do it. Don't forget your self-audit. Do it. That's it. You see things from various angles, and then you step out of your comfort zone. Yes? How many of us want to be millionaires here? Okay, if you want to be a millionaire, then you have got to learn about how to become a millionaire. Is that not correct? So it's not just by, you may not be a millionaire today and tomorrow, but you begin to put it in your mind. There is no limitation except in the mind. Tell yourself, I'm going to be a millionaire. Yes, you can say, somebody said he said it over more than, I can't remember, but more than 500,000 times to himself. And today he has become a millionaire. I was getting a mentorship from that person. Yes. So I am also aspiring to become a millionaire. Yes, yes. So it's so important. It's very, very, very important that you paint these pictures in your mind. Let's move to the next slide. After broadening the mind, what are the practicals? Okay, the impact of the mindset, okay? I'm moving very fast now. The world, like we have seen already in that first slide, it's bleak, volatile situations, uncertainties, war here in Ukraine. Maybe some families have been displaced. Maybe you had relatives that were even in Russia and all these things happened and you are wondering, so maybe you were even planning to go to the university in Ukraine and all of a sudden the war came and everything. So there's so much, it's a volatile situation. Uncertainty. Look at ASU. The strike has been on. Is it 10 months now? 8 months. Very soon. How can that be? Complex situation. Ambiguous. A lot of things are happening. But I still tell you, in spite of this, people still got a job yesterday. If that will surprise you. People got a job yesterday. Somebody started a new business yesterday. Somebody made ₦1 million yesterday. So the human mind with the ability to think creatively is like a diamond mine that never runs out. You assess, yes, you do that impact assessment, if that's what you want to call it. You look at the whole situation, assess it, but then you move on because you can actually change the situation. So let's move on to the next slide. Right, this is my favorite because we take this every month, right? From January, I think February, we've been dealing extensively on each of these topics. Facebook, Epic J Consults, you can check it out. Engage in big picture thinking because everything begins with a thought. Life consists of what man is thinking of. So God has already finished his work of creation, all right? So it's left for us human beings to now go and do what we must do in line with the purpose and personality and resources that God has put within our hands or within our lives or within our space. So God will not come down again to build that aeroplane, to build the internet space. It's now left for you and I. That's why there is a progression. When you do your self-audits, your SWOT about yourself, you understand yourself, you see your capabilities, and then you know that you must be skilled, reskill, and upskill. Then you see what you can do. So when you are here today, in the next 2 years, when you come for interviews, because I'm an HR person, we ask you, where do you see yourself in the next 2 years? We always ask that question. And many people they just say it. Where do you see yourself in the next 5 years? So that's big picture thinking. I'm not there yet, but with a magnifying lens, I can see something greater than where I am today. That is big picture thinking. You must consciously engage in big picture thinking so that you can see that tomorrow. When Mrs. Ayo was speaking about making moi moi, do you know that if she had no big picture thinking, I tell you, she might just probably be behind her house, still with the women, and then maybe with a rapper, and then they're just putting the moi moi. I know the Accor, and there's a place in Ojota Market. Sometimes I go there. Yes, that's a starting point, but you don't have to remain there. That is a starting point. So you must not remain there. When you are doing that, your moi moi, just be saying, oh, Father, thank you, because I know I'll be in the White House tomorrow. That's it. People might think you're joking or you're crazy. I tell you, that is what you must do to get there. Think creatively. So I'm going to move quickly now, because You know, sometimes we think creativity is just for the artists, the musicians. It is for everybody. You must spend time to bring out those thoughts. You know, during the pandemic, everybody was forced to sit down at home, right? So some of us began to learn how to do some things. And that was the time I came up with my online course, Creativity, right? I had it in me, but because of paid employment or something, we were always busy. I never had time to do that. But I now sat back during that lockdown and I brought out my first online course, Think Creativity. There is something inside of you. It's just waiting to come out. Possibility thinking. Engage in possibility thinking. Somebody said, take away the word not possible from your vocabulary. In fact, the gentleman said he tore it out of his book, his dictionary. He said, everything is possible. It is just in the mind. So thinking is hard work. That's why few people engage in it. That's why we have few people that are really progressing, because, you know, the sky is very wide. Yes, there's so much space. You know, some people are, when you go up there, there's no more. I mean, you don't crash with anybody because you are on your own. You are in your own world. But you must believe that you can get there. It is possible. What do you think? Why do you think those brothers brought out the aircraft? How did they come about it? How did it happen? They were not just, of course, there was no Facebook in those days, but I believe they had some things in them, and those things came out. Possibility thinking. Be strategic in your action. What are the plans that you have to take? Have moments of reflection. Let's move on. All right. So we must understand that the way we are framed as human beings, you have your mind, all right? You have your emotions, and you also have your willpower. I guess no one really forced you to be here. You agreed that you'll be here. That was your will at work, taking a step. Somebody might just have been at home and said, no, I'm not interested. I'll watch it online. And the person falls asleep. Yes, it happens. But you took a step. You pushed yourself. So I want you to know that the way God has made us, he's given us that mind. So always know that you have a mind. And always remember that there is a madman who has lost his mind. So if you're not using your mind, what does that mean? Please, use your mind. You can use it. You can harness it. Use it effectively in that area. Maybe you are a student. Maybe you are working. Maybe you have a business. Think. And then always know that you have emotions associated with your mind. So you have your emotions, you have your mind, you have your will. You know, we're not looking at the human nature now. You know, I'm not going into that at all. But I want you to know that just as you are, you have your mind, you have your will, and you have your emotions. And the things that you do or the things that happen to you every day affects your emotion and will ultimately determine what are the conversations going on in your mind. Like right now, a lot of people are thinking, oh, I think I want to go. I think You're saying so many things. Or maybe you came in the rain or something happened at home. You are not so happy, but you came here and maybe you're feeling a little bit happy because of the way the presentations have been going on and all of that. I want you to know that those emotions, you could harness them appropriately because they refer to, feelings of joy because they're given to us by God. But how? No one is immune to emotions, but how they interfere with what you do. Let's move to the next slide because we want to talk a little bit about emotional intelligence. That's also another favorite topic of mine, emotional intelligence, but I'm not going to delve into it so much. So Daniel Goleman is known as the father of emotional intelligence. All right. I just want you to take this away. In organizations now, they are not just looking for people with intelligence quotient. That's IQ, right? So when you write those tests and you get into a company or you pass an exam, that's your IQ at work. But it gets to a time where organizations decided that it's not just necessary or it's not just all right to interview people based on their IQ. We have to also interview people based on their EQ. So your emotional intelligence is when you understand your emotions in such a way that you are able to manage it. So if you came in here very angry, very upset, and then you started screaming, we've seen a lot of bosses like that, and they started screaming and shouting everyone down. And some people became, even more battered than they came because of that uncontrolled emotion. So emotional intelligence is just your ability to understand your own emotions, I wrote a book on the miracle behind thanking God for 31 days. And there's a practical aspect in that book. And it talks about how you feel and how your emotions for that day affected you and how it's been able to help you to thank God or not to thank God. A lot of things happen to us every day. And we can be upset. We can be sad. Some of the things that happen make us joyful. You may listen to the news, and after that, you become so demoralized. And then you will think, are you going to remain there? Are you going to keep thinking that way? I don't think so. I think we need to get off that. Let's move to the next slide because of time. I'll just say one or two things about this, and then we're getting ready to round up. So, emotional intelligence, you have to be aware of yourself. You say you can't take yourself out of it. Yourself first. A lot of people are looking for our bosses to give us a good appraisal, but they refuse to work on themselves. So always make sure that you get yourself sorted out. So how much of yourself do you know? That's what is in this quadrant. Your self-awareness and how you manage yourself. And on the other side of the quadrant is now how you relate to those other people. So emotional intelligence is about you understanding yourself, first of all, and also regulating your emotions in such a way that it impacts positively to other people. Because if you don't do that, you might lose relationships. You might get, into trouble. Yes, because if an angry emotion shows itself up now, you could even lose your job. You could even be walked away of a meeting because of your emotions. So you must understand yourself and display emotional control. Let's move to the next slide because I need to round up now. So managing our emotions. As you interact with other people, do not base your judgments on those, negative emotions or even excitement. You need to be aware. So you are somebody that usually, cries or always fearful. Don't base your judgments because you're going to have a negative result. So base your own judgment on, first of all, understanding who you are, the way you do things. And then also be prepared with the basis of your judgment. So you understand it. Like I said, don't be angry with your helper. Build a rapport and maintain friendliness until you reach a common ground. Some people are so opinionated. It's just their opinion on nothing. Nobody else has the right answers. It could be in the classroom. It could be in your school. It could be in your business. And then you always, you are always at loggerheads with people. That's not the way. You can always disagree to agree. You can say things, in a way that is conversational, yet you are making a very strong point. So you build a rapport and maintain friendliness until you reach common grounds. So we can't, let's move to the next slide. We can't really end this topic without talking about our mental health because we are human social beings, right? We deal with human beings. A state of a total well-being that includes our emotional, psychological, and social well-being, all right? So we already know that unregulated emotions such as fear, anger, stress, they already affect our mental health. And when any of this shows up, what happens? It undermines our performance or our productivity. So I like to say this, no to sloppy thoughts. When your mind is wandering, there is no job in this country. My sister just lost their job. That the landlord is coming after us. So these are wandering and negative thoughts. Like we said, you must see the good in every situation so you can bring out something. There should never be a hopeless situation. There is no hopeless situation. Remember your mind. There is no handicap except where? There is no handicap. So when things, when you hear people, youths, or people just going to fall into the lagoon, why should that happen? Why? They become depressed. Somebody in a relationship and is jilted, goes on and dies. I mean, what's that? That's terrible. That shouldn't happen. So you must guard your mental health. You must guard your emotional health. You must say no to suicide, depression. During the COVID, a lot of people were going into depression because their salaries were being slashed. They didn't know what to do. But I tell you, in the same COVID, some other people were also making money. So it's just having that understanding and a balance and deciding that I am going to make the best of every situation I have. Let's look at the last few slides before we just, times have changed. Times have really, really changed. We are in the connected economy powered by digital transformation. You have been told already. Please don't forget to take that course on your digital skills. You must improve your digital skills. There are a lot of things that technology has done. I'm sure some people are connecting like from all over the place, all over Nigeria. If we wanted everybody to be in this hall, we probably get a very big hall for that. But technology has made this possible. So you can't even be outside the space of technology. To remain relevant, you must get your technology, whatever that technology you seek. Do you want to develop an app? Yes, there are some people here that want to develop an app. Am I correct? Yes, for something, for your business, for your catering business, for your fashion business. There is something you can do. For education, everything is online. Everything is online. You can get your degree online. There is nothing that is impossible now in this world that we are in. Times have really changed. We have moved from that typewriter age. We have moved into the computers, and now it's yes, we showed it up earlier on, yes? The smartphones. At the click of a finger, you're already in the US. You're already in Israel. Wherever you want to be, you are connected to people. Let's move to the next slide. Finally, you must break the limit because the times have changed. We are really in the connected economy. Look at Uber. Uber does not own a single vehicle. Do they own a vehicle? Well, you go and give them your vehicle. I had a lady. She brought in her vehicle and she started the business. You don't need to know the Uber owner. You just go plug yourself into the system that is already working and you're moving on and you're making your money there. So break the limitation in your, don't say, I didn't go to school or my school is on strike. No, where you are, you can do something about it. Self-development is key, we have been told. You cannot stop learning. Seek relevant knowledge, information, networks, mentoring, because a mentor is somebody who has gone through that journey and will easily take you there. So you don't need to take, it's not going to take you 5 years anymore. You can do it in 1 year and you will get the results that the mentor got in 5 years. Please, our youths, please, please, I beg you. These programs, these events cannot be just for the sake of it. By this time next year, I want you to make a resolution to yourself, even if you are not making it today, but please make it so that you tell yourself that by this time next year, I will be on this platform. I might be called as one of the speakers. It's not impossible. It depends on what you want to do. Yes, you might be called to share your success story. You can just determine it today, and it's going to happen. It will happen. Say, it will happen for me. Finally, the link between the two, a sound mind plus a balanced emotional quotient or emotional intelligence and good mental health will result in sustainability and high performance, not only for employment, but in any economy. Okay? So guard your mind, Remember, the state of your mind is so important. So as you're living here, if you go out now and still keep looking at yourself, oh, look at my shoes. I don't even know how they were looking at me. Maybe. Then you've forgotten what you learned here. But you tell yourself, even though my shoes were like this, by the time I go and meditate or think about what I've learned again, ponder on these things. If you see me in the next 3 months, you won't recognize me. Do you believe it?
Yes.
It's not just a statement. Are you affirming it?
Yes.
So what are you going to do differently? Okay? So everybody, I give you this assignment. Do you think they should send you an email or something about what they have done in the next 6 months? You can do it. You can work on it. Put it on your vision board. Set it as a goal. If you need to upskill, you need to reskill, go and do that. 6 months is such a long time. You can achieve it. Don't wait till the next event and then you come again. No, there is something you would have added. And when you come, we say, okay, who was that person that was here last year? And then you say, I am the one. I learned this. I learned how to make moi moi. And my moi moi is now online. Everywhere. Jumia is selling my moi moi. Everywhere. All the offices are calling for my moi moi. It could be anything you decide. Anything at all that you set your mind to do. Remember, I leave you with this. There is no limitation except in the mind. Thank you very much.
Please, let's be on our feet. Put our hands together for Mrs. Joy Owo and for all the facilitators. Please, let's put our hands together for all of them. Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you so much. Wow. The tempo is so high. The fire is up there. So I don't know what you want us to do now. Should we take that 1 minute break or should we go on with the Q&A? If you want us to have a 1 minute break, you hand up. Okay, so the fire is so hot for all of you. We don't want the 1 minute break, so we should just proceed. All right, that's fine. I have learned a lot myself. A whole lot, beginning with the entrepreneurial mindset, branding and rebranding, and then we move to upskilling and reskilling, and now the power of the mind. It's very simple. The person who made the smartphone or who made this mic, any product at all, will want to do anything in his power to make sure that this product or his product fulfills the purpose for which it was made, right? Correct? Yeah. Anybody, any producer, any creator, any manufacturer, a bookseller or an author will want his book to be the bestseller, and he will do everything possible because that's the essence of producing the book in the first place. Now, God created every one of us, and there is no limit to what we can achieve. That's the truth. So why don't you open yourself up, allow God to get to that, to take you to that height where he has created you to be. And the mind is very important in things like this. Very, very important. I want to say a big thank you once again to Mrs. Mebgokwe. God bless you, ma. Bless you so much. I mean, I can't imagine starting a business with 1,000 naira. And mama for that sake. And then standing at the gate of Corona School. Do you know Corona School? And be sure to come and buy mama to change your life. And then she's here today. Or is it Dr. Enoch? I mean, this guy is amazing. I'm sure all of you are wondering, how many things does he do? But see where it has gotten him to. The grace is available. The strength is within you. Don't just sit in one place. Or is it Mrs. Owo? Is it Owo or Owo? Owo. You know, that started her own consulting company, online courses, and so many things. You can do the same. Now we want to step into the question and answer session. My colleague will take that portion of this program. And then after that, we have 1 or 2 young people here who attended this program in April. They would like to tell us in 1 second what they learned then, what they have done with it, and what they're going to do, what they're learning here today. And that tallies with what Mrs. Joy told us about. You know, it's not about coming and coming again, you know, but applying what you have learned over time. So when you come next time, you can become a mentor to somebody else. You can be sitting on this one of these seats presenting All right. So it's not about just coming and packing that knowledge, but what are you doing with it? How is it improving your life? How are you getting better? How are you improving? So let's get our interlude now for 1 second, and then we'll switch moderators. No, ma, nothing else.
Can we just hold our hands like this? Your elbow across your navel. No, just link it. Yeah, link it.
Should we stand or?
Yes,
do it better if you stand.
Stand. I want to take this song. I want us to take this song. We Are the World. When she was rounding off, and by the way, Dr. Enoch, you're in trouble.
Is it the elbow? How? Okay.
Yes, like that. Because yesterday I was just telling myself, I need to go on a storytelling course. And so when, the mind is so powerful that it attracts. So when I was listening to him, I said, this man, I inspired him 15 years ago. He has inspired me. And he's going to mentor me through this process. Okay, so we're going to take this song. You all know it. We Are the World. Who can lead us? There comes a time. How many of us know it? When we need. So nobody knows it. This is old school song, Abby. Okay, so no, the chorus is very okay. Let me just take that first line and then we'll go We Are the World. Okay, there comes a time when we heed a certain call, when the world must come together as one. There are people dying. We are the world. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones to make a better place. So let's start giving. There's a chance we taking. We're saving our own lives. It's true. That's who we are. We are the world. We can change Nigeria. We can change. It starts with you. It starts with me. It starts with every one of us. If we decide that all we have learned today, even if, of course, not everything, but let's take 1, take 2, take 3, and then you'll see your life evolve into that beautiful picture that you have always dreamt of. Okay, I'm handing over.
Thank you very much.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I'm sure we've been having a great time learning from our great facilitator. Thank you so very much. It's good to have you. We're going to be having more of this. We need to learn more. Thank you very much. Okay, my name is Oloruntosin Taiwo. I'm the National Coordinator for the Rose of Sharon Foundation. So I'll be taking our questions. If you have questions, do we have okay? Please let me see your hand if you have questions, because we have some from our online audience already, but I like to take from the house before I go over to, let me see those hands again. Okay. Okay, so we have 1, 2. So I'm just take it as a number. Let me see the hands again. That's 1, you're 2 at the back, you're 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 behind the pillar, then 8 at the back. Right, so we have 8 questions. 9 questions. 10. All right then, so we have 10 questions. Please, let's start with the first person. Quickly, go straight to your question, then we have our facilitator respond to it.
Good afternoon. This question is for Ms. Joy.
Please, can you introduce yourself, your name and what you do?
My name is Apemikwa Williams. I'm a student, an undergraduate.
Okay.
Yes. This question is for Mrs. Joy. When she was speaking on emotional intelligence and respecting people's emotions, my question is, if being opinionated is a bad thing, because I feel like there's a very thin line between being opinionated and a know-it-all. In a situation where you are in the face of or you're conversing with a closed-minded person per se, and what do you do in that kind of situation where, like, you have to have your own convictions and stand up for what you believe in? Yes, and sometimes people tend to alienate your opinions. So what do you do in that kind of situation? Like, is it good to be opinionated or bad to be opinionated?
Okay, so you must understand your environment, where you are, who you are dealing with. I don't know if it's a peer, a boss, or is it a colleague? Are you speaking about a colleague? Okay, colleague. Okay, so your peer. Okay, so what it means is really that you must have a friendly disposition, because this person has a closed mind. But you want to solve a problem. You want the person to see or understand from your own point of view. It's not really by having loggerheads with that person, but it's by coming to common grounds, like I said, reach a common ground with people, because you never know, it's such a small world. If you bust out and leave the person, hurting, the person has already gotten a closed mind, or you want to break through into that person. So in emotional intelligence, you must be empathetic. You must have that empathy. What is empathy? Stepping into somebody else's situation. Okay, so you have to be to that person, let's say the light, because the person is already closed. So try and use a friendly disposition. You will win that person. You win over that person, and the person will hear from you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Yeah, the next person, yes.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Daniel Godson. I'm a video editor and a whiteboard animator. Now, I want to ask two questions. One is directed to Mommy, Mrs. Ayodeji. And this one, you were talking about response to feedback. Now, I want to ask someone who is an introvert. Sometimes we get negative feedback. So how does someone who is an introvert, how do you cope with that? Because sometimes you are used to, when you get that kind of feedback, you just get down, and sometimes you don't want to even make move anymore. So how do someone who is an introvert cope with that? As the first question. Yeah, the second question is for Mr. Eno. You said something about, while you're talking, you said something about focus. And from what you said you're, should I say you're a man of versatility, like you're very versatile. Now, someone who is starting out, how do you, should I say, cope as well? Because sometimes you might want to, try to venture into most of all these things, but you might not have the capability to. So how do one who is just starting cope? So, thank you.
Okay, so I'll just answer the first question, and I must say that both of you are so brilliant. It's exciting to hear you speak. All right. So how do you cope? You're an introvert, and somebody gives you a negative feedback. You can't control how people react to you, number one. Okay, you can only control how you react. You cannot control other people's actions, but you can control your own reaction. Now, practice makes perfect. Nobody wants to be criticized, but you must learn that you grow with criticisms, okay? So you have to school yourself. You have to keep affirming, speaking words of affirmation to yourself, okay? The fact that somebody has said something not so pleasant to you, number one, does not put a label on you. Either whether or not that the observation that person is made is true or false, it's not a label, okay? So accept it, look inwards, and you know what? Let every feedback you get ensure that it helps you to be a better person. If I be glad that, oh my God, they've given me this feedback, that means there's room for me to improve. You have to continue to say it to yourself, or else you'll be second guessing yourself. Or else you will have opportunities and then you'll not be able to take advantage of those opportunities. Let me give you a quick example. So all the while in school, I tried to stand up for my literary and debating society. I thought they would make fun of me. If I want to call my name, people will begin to laugh. And so almost 20 years after, here I am at this meeting where my director in LBS says, can somebody come and share her story? That's when we finished that Goldman Sachs program. And I was so scared. The first thing I heard was, oh, Ayo, you know you can't present. You can't present. But then I said to myself, no, this might just be the opportunity of a lifetime. And when I presented was when they said to me, oh, wow, you're amazing. You speak so well. Let's come to your house and all this history. Okay? So don't let anybody's feedback bring you down. You have to school yourself. Oh, it's going to make me a better person. You have to keep saying it to yourself, and then you'll get there.
Please, let's put our hands together. Brilliant response. Thank you very much. Quickly, the third person. Where are you? Oh, you have a single question. Okay.
All right. Focus. One thing I advise starters is this. Focus on one thing per time. I'll say that again. Focus on one particular thing per time. The second, as a starter, is very important that you know yourself. Not everybody will be me. Even when I started some things, I will focus on one first. When I achieve that particular one, then I move to the other one. So don't mix it. Because at times, most young ones, we have this energy. And there's this temptation that you want to do all at the same time. No. And I like to use the example of Dangote. The reason why I can do some things I'm doing is that I've gotten to what I call the managerial skill, managerial level, whereby I can assign roles for people to do. There are some things in my eyes, like I said, I'm supervising like 3 departments in my office. I supervise Lagos office, I supervise 2 departments in Abuja. But why I can do this thing effectively is because of what I call sharing of responsibilities. You do this, you do that. But before I got to that level, I actually focused on one particular thing per time. I was saying about Dangote. Dangote started with selling Bako bag. That's the manufacturing company when it started. They got to a particular level, the Bako bag became very acceptable. It digressed to sugar, from sugar to this, to that. Even presently, the guy is going back to what I call refocusing on his strengths. Now he has sold off, I think, one of his sugar, one of their past, the flour, Dangote flour has been sold off to Olams. So he wants to focus more on oil and gas. So it's not wrong when you focus on a particular thing. The most important thing, master that particular one you are focused on. So at the end of the day, when people are calling leaders in that area, your name will be mentioned. It is also important that you should appreciate the ability to learn on a particular thing you are focusing on. Don't just rush up, I do this, I jump out. At the end of the day, you are a master of none. You get what I'm trying to say? Finally, don't fail at trying out that particular thing you are focusing on. You will fail on it. Let me be sincere with you. I've failed before. Yes. Like she said, your mindset. Don't be scared of failing on that thing. There's a business I started at a tender age. I only wish I had someone like her to have mentored me at that time. I started as at 25 years ago, I started called estate business. And the Holy Spirit just taught me, say, you know what? Your father, you have a property, but you don't have anybody. You are quite familiar with this estate. So I understood that most estate agents, when you approach them, the first thing they will ask you is to fill a form. I just finished my SSL. I can also do this thing. I decided to design a form, and because I know most of the houses in that estate, I'm familiar with their landlord. So what I did was I started giving out house to people. And before you know it, I became a top-notch estate agent. But at a particular time, because there was no good mentorship, I said, okay, because I was not doing well like the big guys, I dropped it. And that was all. So the most important, you must understand that know your strength, your weakness, and build on it. And look for a mentor is very key. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, the fourth person. Is that the fourth person or the third person? The third, yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Babatunde. I'm a system administrator. Yeah, this is my question. My question is directed to Dr. Enoch. Yeah. So, Dr. Enoch, I would like to ask, after looking through your profile, after hearing what you said, how do you get drive to move to next thing after achieving a particular goal? Like, for instance, earlier this year, I set a goal to work with a multinational. I read books, do online tutorials just to achieve that. Before, some few months ago, I was there, I got the job, everything was working fine. But ever since then, the drive to continue learning, to learn new things has dropped. And even when I try to review like before, it's no more there. So I would like to ask, what do you do? How do you get the drive to continue learning even when you actually achieved the goal?
I'll answer the question this way, but before I answer, I presume that she has something to say about it.
So, Ohumi,
Yes.
you know there's something. I mean, you're not going anywhere because truly I have something to say. And what I have to say is that life is first spiritual. You see, as we're sitting here, all you see is not what it is. No. If all you see is what you see in the physical, you are blind. I can tell you, we have altars that we service. I've never met them before, but I feel the fire. For the past 1 week, I've been waking up at 2 a.m. to pray. We have altars we service. If you think that all this emotional intelligence, mindsets, everything we've spoken is just book knowledge, no. Number one, we're talking what we have walked, but we also know that we have not walked it by our power or by our minds. He will tell you, I'm going to hand over to him now, but just that's what I wanted to say. Life is for spiritual. So you see, you have to build your spiritual muscles. And when we're talking about spiritual, you know that there's light, there's darkness. Darkness will never want you to stand out. But you see, the Bible says that light shineth and darkness will not comprehend it. And so you have to keep shining. And for you to keep shining, you must service that altar. So that's what we do. Over to you, sir.
And also in addition, just like she has said, you must find that time, okay, to be alone, okay? Because when you are alone, that is your moment of creativity. That is your moment of creation. That is when you are quiet by yourself. That is when you begin to have conversations with yourself and you ask yourself, why am I feeling this way? You question yourself. That's why I said that during the pandemic, people now had time to go back to themselves because it has always been hustle and bustle, running on the traffic, out here doing this. But that pandemic allowed us to go back and then look inwardly, converse with ourselves, and then come back again to life.
I think she must have peeped into it. I just showed. The first thing I wrote when you asked the question was God factor. See, let me tell you something, my brother. Me, I talk as well, you put the talker. Person we know sabi God, we won't do one by your own. You go just one gada, nothing will show. Let me be sincere with you. There was a particular time with my PhD, I got exhausted. I told myself, I'm not doing again. What is it, self? Is it not to? But I went back. Somebody just better go back to God. And I remembered I was on my knees at a particular place, banging the ground to an extent that I lost muscle. I could not feel any senses here again. There's someone here who can testify. You see, naturally, because the way we are wired as human beings, we have the tendency to easily get frustrated. Anxiety, a lot of things will set in, especially with Lagos traffic and what have you. But one thing that is number one drive is the Holy Spirit. I don't know if you are a Christian. See, there's a level you get to, you begin to speak in tongues, you begin to qualify to existence. You see, to do PhD in Nigeria, your lecturers will frustrate you. A lecturer once told me, after I've done everything, they said, this is rubbish. Go away. I said, is that? And I looked at this person. This person told me, why do you need to include SDG? And this lecturer, a PhD who called himself a PhD, does know the meaning of SDG. Does not, and he was asking me to go and remove it. At that moment, I know this has to be God. I went back on my knees. Let's kabashi, maka parada kapuliagada, reketo suko panda kaba. So by the time I was going back to present the next slide or the next presentation, even the external supervisor who came just looked at it, said, this is right, this is wrong. And he said, take a bow, you are awarded. There's a place of the spiritual. The spiritual controls the physical. See, sorry for taking your time. There was a day I got to examination hall. There's this, at PhD level, you either have a B or a A. If you don't have a B, and B is not 50, it's 65 and above. So if you don't have it, you fail. As I was stepping to examination hall, I ran into one of my lecturers. He told me to my face, he said, you have failed. So what did I do? The next question he asked me, he said, were you in class at all? Before God and I tell people this, I lied. I said I was there once. He said, for you to have even told me you were there once, you have failed. He said, don't write this exam. the place of mindset came. Holy Spirit will say, my son, you are going to write this exam because he that is in you is greater than he that is in the world. By the time we gone to the examination hall, a lecturer from another school stood up angrily to us. He said, this is rubbish because what the lecturer gave was different from what he taught. So it turned out that in his first class, he came to class, he piled up this big material. Inside it, he stylishly slotted something inside. And that was where he brought question number 1, 45 marks compulsory out of 70. What else do you have? So you know that some people are just set out to, I just bow. I say, Father, the Spirit said, you better leave. The Holy Spirit said, my son. The Holy Spirit says, stay. You need to stay. And God took me to my MD days, many, many years ago. He said, what he's asking is not difficult. Just draw a table, draw 4 tables, do it this way, do it this way, do it that way, do it this way, do it that way. I said, that is all. I asked for pen. He said, where's pencil? By the time I asked follow exam, I said, where is pencil in the exam? They said, Enoch, what has pencil got to do with PhD? Are you okay? The Bible says I use the foolish thing to confound the wise. Immediately I got the pencil, I did that. As I stepped out of the examination hall, 2 months later, I was going to buy fuel for my car, for my gen. And all of a sudden, the class governor called me. He said, the result has been released. I said, please, did I even have a B? I'm not asking for a A. He said, you don't have a B. There was only 1 A in the whole of the school, and you were the one that had that A. I said, say it again. He said, there was only 1 A in that course in the whole of UNM that year, and that A is yours. I knelt down on the road and said, Baba, this is not me. This is God. So the place of God, you can't rule it out. And that is why you should have a particular altar, an altar that you can run back to and go on your knees. Second, let me tell you something. My boss in the office, Dr. Felix Osamodi, at a time I got tired, he said, see, Enoch, I've been there before. You need people's experience to take you far. If you are here, you don't have someone you can run to that can actually rebook you, remold you, reshape you, then I'm not sure you want to get to that height. All of us have it. I have like different mentors. When I'm getting to, I say, sir, Otin Sumimbo. I say, don't worry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you. Yeah, before we take other questions, we need to manage our time, but it's important I say this. Now, the Rose of Sharon Foundation, we're not just non-governmental, we are faith-based, and we can't run away from that. Towards midnight yesterday, myself and the country manager, we were here praying. Okay, so I need to say this to validate what has just happened. And then when we finished praying, towards midnight, Doctor, God told us, I'm going to reach out to these people, but create vessels. And he told us what you need to do, tell them about God. He said the God factor emphasizes. So I will be looking for a way to say that, how to bring that in. And that just came out because this is the will of God. So I like you to go back with that confidence that, something is going to happen. You are going to be the next people here and others to be listening to you. Thank you very much. Now, that was the third question, right? Okay, so quickly we'll move to the fourth person. I hope we'll be able to take all 10 because our time, we need to wrap up latest by 3 on the dot. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joseph Olajuwon. I work as a bartender in an airport hotel. So, but literally, I like to ask, because there are some of us here, we do some jobs, but that's not what we want to do. That's not what we want for ourselves. From small, like right from 7 years old, I've seen myself as a filmmaker, an actor. I've seen myself winning awards. But I find myself doing a bartender job. And I'm doing that perfectly. But I just thank God because it's actually paying my bills. I've gone for so many auditions whereby I get calls back, but I can't go because of the nature of the job. And that is what is paying my bill. But if I say, like, being an entrepreneur, you have to know how to manage risk. Like, can I afford to leave what I'm doing and just go into nothing and say, I want to just start up again? Where do I start from? So what I seek now is advice from all 3 facilitators. Like, what can I do?
Fantastic. I love your question. And I mean, because of what she said about time, this might be the last time I'm speaking here, and I just want to take advantage of this opportunity. As you are talking, you remind me of some guy. His name is Sako. I'm sure you probably all know him. Sako started as a bartender. He started as a waiter. Waiting at parties. You know how we get waiters? That was how he started. And gradually. Now, from my transition from working to Corona to that point where I went for this, started selling moi moi, and then went for, no, from the transition from working in Corona to selling moi moi, it wasn't easy. The truth is that I resigned from Corona without anything to fall back on. My husband is a full-time pastor. At that time, he was not in a good place. He wasn't in a good place at all. But, you know, I had gone through so much. I had come to know about the spiritual. I had come to know the voice of God because of the time I spent with God. And so it was not difficult for me to recognize when he said, drop it, walk on water. If you're waiting for the right moment, you will never get it. You can only know it, but there's a right moment. I love the scripture in Romans chapter 8, verse 19. But the earnest expectation of the creature waited for the manifestation of the sons of God. There is creation waiting for your manifestation. But you see, there's always a point when the water is stirred. You will never know it in the physical. Everything about the physical will be telling you that it's not true, it's not right. But you see, for people like you, you've been working diligently, you've been serving, there's always a time for things to change. But you will never know it if you continue to observe the rain and you continue to observe the wind. And that is why we're going back to what they both said. You have to engage the spiritual. Let me tell you something. All the successful men and women that you see, they have powers behind them. Some of them have evil powers behind them, and some of them have the force of light. When he was talking, I was looking at his suit. I was looking at his shoes. I said, some of you be looking at a fine man. Behind this fineness, there's fire. Behind whatever you see, behind the makeup and everything, there is fire. Behind all of this, there's fire. You heard? We would never have known that they did this at 12 midnight. So this is all you need. Guy, you're doing your work diligently, but now you have to begin to walk in the spiritual so that you can see when nobody sees that this opportunity is going to cross me to the other side. Peter was the only one that answered Jesus. Peter was the only one that saw Jesus walking on water. And he said, can I come? He said, come. And Peter walked on water. However, Peter became afraid and he began to sing. But when he began to sing, Jesus did not leave him at all. Back to what he said. Of course, there are moments of fear. But what do we do in our moments of fear? We go back to him. So that's where the risk factor comes in. There'll be a time when you have to take a risk, but don't take a foolish risk. You have to take the risk knowing that there's somebody backing you. Because if you're waiting for a godfather, the godfather will make demands of you. But there's a father who is God, who will never make demands of you. The only thing we'll ask you for is follow me and I will make you. All right? God bless you. Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, because of our time, we would like to just take all the questions. That was the fourth person, and we have 10 persons that indicated. Okay, so let's have the fifth, the sixth, 7, 8, and 10. Then we'll have a facilitator respond to them. Another thing we need to do after now, the media and communication team, they're going to be coming to address us, to tell us how you can follow us online, because we have a lot of questions, of course. We can't attend to all of them, but the responses will be on our social media handle, okay? Then the facilitator, for some of the requests I have here, some want to know how you can mentor them. So the facilitator information will also be on our social media handle. So when the media team comes, they will tell us how to follow so that you can access responses to your question and then get information about our facilitator. Then you can pick it up from there. All right, so let's have the fifth person ask your question. Yeah. The mic, please, for her. They will just, do you understand? All right, then.
Okay, good day, everyone. So my name is Augustine Fable. So my question goes to you, ma'am. Does environment discourage your choices of entrepreneurship paths? Because I've had a situation whereby I started off selling fruit salad because I had these rich people in my church that, I mean, they won't want to go into the market to buy fruits, buy this. So I just start up a little thing. So I'll buy the fruits, varieties. So if you want this, if you want that, I will be honest, I made loss. Like it was a huge loss. And I felt that the factor affecting it was my environment, because there was no way to really preserve the fruits I had. So and I was not getting like orders on a daily. I know fruits is a very sensitive, they need to be fresh. So I had this so I just like stopped it for the meantime. And then the next one I ventured into was I'm very friendly with people, with the way I talk to people. So I told my friends that if you need someone to maybe talk to, maybe you've offended someone and you need an apology, it's funny. I told them, they told me that how much would they pay? And I said, my recharge card is 100 naira, so definitely you'll be paying me 400 naira for my stress and everything, because I'm a creative writer. I can write for you. So anything, if you want maybe a congratulatory text, an apology text. So I was able, but then again, it wasn't really successful like I had imagined, because people were like stealing my ideas, because most of the time when I talk, they'll be like, okay, this is, and I had my friends that had greater connection than I did, and they were doing it, and honestly, I felt bad. So my second question now goes to, how do you deal with people stealing your ideas? Because it was a slight difference between going to depression, because it was not easy. And now my last question is to you, Ma. I'm very sorry. Ma, how do you said something about your relationship with people. I've had cases whereby people that are older than me tend to use, should I say overuse or misuse me. Now I immediately finished school, because I'm a UNILAG aspirant. So immediately I finished school, I ventured into working as a secretary for someone. Now, the man told me everything, you have positivity classes, you do this, you pay something. I said, okay, I'll go from my house to Yaba. That's a 150 bus, go come 300. And then at the end of the month, that was July. And he told me that I'll only be doing secretary job. But then because of my IQ, I ended up teaching people that were older than me. I ended up teaching children, like running his business, that's it. And then at the end of the month, he told me he would pay me 20,000, but then he gave me 5,000. I was like, because I don't know how to be rude to people. I bluntly told this man that, sir, is this the pay you're giving me? He told me that, you are still young. Money shouldn't be your main aim. And I'm like, what will I use to eat? I mean, my transport fare, when I calculated everything, was 3,000 naira. So definitely you're paying me just 2,000 naira per month. And we're in a world whereby we have young girls venturing in all sorts. And me, I don't want to involve myself in that. I'm doing my hard work, and then I'm getting underpaid. So how I just dealt with that was I just said, yeah, so I'm not doing. Yeah. Take your key. I'm not doing. Because it was even it did not pay me end of July, mid-August.
Can we take
sorry,
what?
I'm
No,
sorry.
I understand. You're already showing off your skill. You're already saying it, but I'm sure the particular got that.
I'm sure we get to, and I'll
Yeah,
stick to
because
my
of our
own-
time.
Yeah, because of time.
Thank you so much. The next person, we want to take all the questions.
Are you sure? We will not forget. We'll let's make our answers short.
Okay.
Let's make our answers short.
Okay, then.
So why did you fail in that business? Number one, okay, this in one house, please. So first thing, I'm not sure, have you, because you said it was a church or it was a setting where there were lots of rich people. And you said you feel that because you didn't have a means to preserve the fruits. Okay, so that you obviously have identified that as the reason you failed. But in addition to that, I want to just ask you or just tell you that when you start a business, you need to get your numbers right. So there's the spiritual and there's the physical. You must know your numbers. You must get your costing right. And do not be afraid to put a price tag on your business, on your product. You're confident of what you're selling, put a price tag on it, even if it's expensive. Let them know that they're paying premium for what you're offering, okay? So if you're going to the next, but already you have a database of wealth, of knowledge. you've seen why you failed, and so obviously when you're going to the next one, you avoid why you failed and focus on why you help on how to grow.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, the relationship with that person, is he a family friend or somebody you don't know at all? Okay, you don't really know. The reason I'm asking is you said you just finished your SS school, right? Okay, so there is nothing to be worried about, okay? You don't need to be worried about it, that somebody paid you. My daughter, okay, she just finished her SS. She works for me, when I have things to design and all of that. She's very good. So I pay her 1,000 naira every week. So at the end of the month, it's 5,000. Okay? Why am I saying this to you? You said you're paying transport to go where you need to go. Well, that's understandable. There's nothing wrong with you actually approaching the person and saying, please, I would like a little increase in my salary. The reason I'm telling you is that you are just learning, okay? And don't feel that that's where you're going to remain. Don't feel he's maltreating you. There is always a time to learn. There is always a time to learn. Just learn. You said you're running the business for him. Do you know what that means? Do you know the skills you're acquiring? Do you know people never have that opportunity even when they start their own businesses? So just see it as a learning curve. Okay? If he can give you a little bit tip to add to your transport, you might approach him for that and ask. But don't ever feel that he's misusing you once you're learning something and you're doing something. All right?
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Your question is how to protect your intellectual property. Well, to be candid, in the country we have today, it's quite difficult. Though we have anti-piracy law, but at your level, she said something, and I want you to still focus on learning. Now, I have huge, I can't mention ideas that people have taken away, but I'm the owner of the idea, nobody can take it away from me. The day I got that. So, but subsequently, as I began to grow, I began to see the place of registering my own company, getting my ideas, patent, I have some patent, do this, do that. But at your level, to be honest with you, there are some ideas that you might not necessarily share with everyone. You must also know who you share your ideas with. Once you begin to identify this person as a culture of theft, stealing your ideas, you cut off that person. It's not wrong. Call it sorting out. You sort them out. And let me go back again. See, it's just that it's born in me. The place of the Holy Spirit can never be overemphasized. The Holy Spirit, get to a level whereby you are close with the Holy Spirit. You want to talk, say, keep quiet, don't talk. There was someone that I met. I wanted to start talking. I have this, those. I said, this is not the person. Shut up. Because there are some people, we call them idea killers. Holy Spirit will help you avoid them. The place of prayer will help you avoid them. The place of the word will help you avoid them. There are some ideas God will say, don't share with anyone. Right, keep it in writing for years and start how do I put it now? Building on it. And there are some that when you share them, when you think they have been stolen, no. The actual fact is this: you are building up yourself. I will recommend to you, get any one of them as a mentor before you leave here. Because I can see that you are intelligent, you have the capacity. Get them. Is that okay? And for your writing, I'm offering you something for free. I will link you up to somebody in Guardian that can pick you up, another person, one of the big blogs that you can be contributing to, and your name will be known for that. I'm giving you that for free.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I want to believe other people will pay into that offer. Okay.
I think, I'm sorry. If you want any of us to mentor you, this is how I want to do my own. My Instagram handle is at @MadeBokwe_Iron. Send me a DM that you are at this program and you want me to mentor you. That's
okay, so we're going to put it on our social media handle. That's what I said. All their information will be on our social media handle. So you need to follow us for you to be able to access their information. Okay, because we would like to build on our database from this meeting so that we can do a post-monitoring with you and be able to tell your success story and be able to share your success story with other persons here and with us too. I hope you understand that. Now, because of our time, I'd like to invite the media team. Quickly, please write down your questions. I will take them. The responses will be on our social media platform. The information of the facilitator will be on the social media platform. But I know you came from far and you need to get back because of Lagos traffic. So please, I'd like to invite the media and communication team, if they're available, Okay, so I'd like you to. They've sent you already. Okay, so please come. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Bowie.
Thank you very much, Tosi. By the way, that's Mrs. Olorun Tosi Taiwo. She's the National Coordinator for the Rose of Sharon Foundation. Thank you very much, Tosi. Okay, so that means after now, we just closing prayer we're taking, right? She has said you should write your question and the answers. And yeah, you can see her after now. Thank you so much. Okay, so the media team has sent me to do an assignment here. Just a very brief one. Now we are about to do something fun and interesting in the next 20 seconds as we close this wonderful program. And I want everyone here and online listening to me to participate. So bring out your cell phones right now. Can we stand? Can we stand? So at the count of 3, our IT and communication team will flash our social media handles on the screen. Let me say it again. At the count of 3, they will flash our social media handles on the screen. And I want you to follow us on all platforms. Now listen carefully. The first 5 people to follow us on all 3 platforms with screenshot evidence will be rewarded. The first 5 people, are you ready with your phones? Now for those online, you can send us a screenshot evidence as a DM to the Rose of Sharon Foundation on Instagram. So you can also get your reward if you are amongst the first 5. IT and communication, are you ready? Please, can somebody help me ask them? Are they set? Okay, that's fine. So are you all ready? Let's go. So I'm going to count. You count with me with your phone in your hands. You start with 1. Are you ready? So when you receive anything, just shout, I've got it. So we'll count from 1 to 20. Am I correct? All right, 1 to 20. Are we ready? So you count with me. 1. No. Let's start again. You're not counting. Everybody count with me. 1, 2, 3. You're not counting, no. 4. Let me hear it louder. 5, 6. Count now. 7. Count. 8. Count. 9. Count. 10. Let's go on. 11. 12. Count. 13. Count. 14. Yes. 15. Yes. 16, yes. 17, yes. 18, yes. 19, are we there? 20, let's go on, continue. 21, yes. 22, you're not counting, no. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. We'll stop at the count of 40. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40. Did anybody follow us on social media? So media team, what's going on? Have you received anything? Anybody receive any gift, anything? Please, let's take our seat and wait for the media team to come out.
Oh, sorry. I just need to step in. As I sat down, the Holy Spirit just ministered something to me. I really don't do this. And the Lord said there are 2 persons here. He said, oh, there's one of you are highly depressed. You came here depressed. And I don't know, probably you're at the point you are contemplating suicide or 1 or 2 things. And second, there's someone here you are abused. And while she was talking about some things, you just keep flashing in your mind. I just want to pray with you. Don't be scared. Nobody will look at me or somebody will not. But you are here, you know that you are depressed or you're in a situation whereby you are tired. Thoughts of suicide has been forthcoming or anything. And you feel frustrated. I just want to pray with you. Can I pray with them? Okay. Yes. Okay, just stand up. Don't worry. God bless you. Any other person? God bless you. That's 2. That's 3. Thank you, Jesus. That's 4. That's 5. Thank you, Jesus. Let's do something to put the devil to shame. I know these people here are powerful, loaded in God. Just take a step forward. We're going to hold hands with them. And we're just going to pray with you as you go on your knees. Don't worry. It's quite very important. I know people are looking on the scene, on the screen. It's a faith-based organization. One thing I love about Mommy Apostle Akija is that she doesn't joke with God. God bless you. Don't worry. There's a burden bearer. There's a burden bearer. Let's just speak in tongues. Let's pray for them. Legadagabadego sotoko palade kataga baradaba. Mendeke degezeke to sotoko paladabadaba. Rendeke degeskendele do sotoko palada kate hinda labadaba. Lekata librande ko subruku to soto ledabadaba. Lekata gadega tega skandaladaba. No matter what the abuse is, no matter that depression is, let the healing of the Holy Ghost flood your hearts now. In the name of Jesus. Mande kataga balande kushkampa ladaba.
Musaka kunda menderi ari brekete ke kulushka reboskete musaka kunde monderi ari brekete ke kulushka mahikataka kunderi ari breke seke kulushka mahikataka kunderi ari breke zege kulunda raba mendere boteke kulushkete musaka kunda raba. Lord, let your power of healing, let it fall upon your children. Reboskete musaka kunde rebo sheke konta. Holy Spirit, this is your time. Rebonde rebo. Mehikataka kushkete riare breke zege kunda raba. Lord, let your power fall. Let your power fall. Maseke kunde. Mehiketeke kushkete musaka. Kubande riare breke zege kulushka. Lord, let their tears be wiped away right this minute. Let them remember this time. Let them remember this meeting. Lord, you have taken over. Do what only you alone can do. Thank you, our Father. We give you praise. We give you glory and honor. With all that you have blessed them with every talent, with every gift you have given to them, oh God. Father, let it begin, let an expansion begin. Thank you, our Father. Lord Jesus, take absolute control. Let your name alone be glorified. Father, let these ones be able to return to testify of your goodness in their life. Father, we give you praise, we give you glory and honor. We appreciate you, our Father. Blessed, blessed, blessed be the name of the Lord Most High. Thank you, Holy Spirit. Thank you, Holy Spirit. Father, we want to trust you. Thank you for what you have done. You've taken over the entire program. We appreciate you. This is a confirmation of what you said to us when we were praying last night. We give you glory. We give you all honor and adoration. There is nothing anyone does in this world without you in front that succeed and does it well. Father, we commit these children into your hands. And indeed, everyone who attended this program, both online and on site, you said to us, you will go beyond just teaching them how to upskill and to rebrand or to use their mind. But you will go and extend it to healing them from head to toe. Father, we give you praise, we give you glory. You brought your word to pass. So bless you, O God. You are a great God and there's not besides you. We commend these ones onto your hands, O God, and will trust you to do wonders in their life. Testimonies, O God, will come from these lives, O Lord, to give glory and honor to you. Thank you, our Father. In Jesus' mighty and precious name, we have prayed. Praise the Lord. Okay, so I need the media team to tell us what's going on. Please, quickly, we're about rounding up. A few people followed us online, and I don't think anybody here has gotten anything. Okay, so from the media team, they said for people here, send us the DM on Instagram and on our Instagram handle, right? Now, send the message. The first 5 persons will get. Have you sent? So we have one. Please quickly send your message. Quickly. Quickly. While we're doing that, please, can we have our young lady over there? She's one of those that want to say something to us. You are the last year. And we'll have another young man at the back. Is it for interview afterwards? I'm using it. Excuse me, sorry. Those that want to say something, is it afterwards, or they can say something now, or is the interview is it going to be later? The interview is later. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so please send a DM quickly on Instagram to us. Rose of Sharon Foundation, please send us. Sorry, your hand is up. Why is your hand up? Sorry. Okay, that's fine. All right, so let's be on our feet. We are closing. Please, let's put our hands together for our facilitators once again. Please clap for them. Thank you, Maz. Thank you, Doctor. God bless you all. And thank you all to our participants on site and online. You people have been wonderful. We appreciate you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Just to be sure that you got the instruction. So if you have followed us, please do a screenshot, okay, of the evidence that you followed us on all these platforms and then send it to us on Instagram, DM Instagram. The first 5 people will be rewarded. Thank you.
Thank you, BC. God bless you. So I want us to just thank God for today. We are closing now with a prayer. Before the prayer, I want to thank God. I'm giving vote of thanks now. My vote of thanks goes to the Almighty God for what he has done. He gave us a wonderful weather. He gave us life. Many people would have wished to be here today, but they couldn't make it. But we're here standing, we're strong, and we're healthy. Nobody willed us or carried us in here. And we're breathing freely. Nothing is blocking our breathing. Lord, we are grateful. Let's thank him. Let's thank our maker. He knew before we were created, before we were even born, before we even stepped out as little babies, before we took our first step that we'll be here today for this program. The Bible says he ordered our path and our step. He created a book for each individual. Father, we give you praise, we give you glory. Let's thank him for everything we have learned here. Thank you, Father, for all the facilitators, for the wealth of knowledge that they have brought up here this morning. You have blessed them with it. Thank you for where you took them from. Thank you for where you have brought them to. Thank you for even these young ones who are sitting down, listening to them, praying in their heart, oh God, I want to be in these people's shoes. You can even make them greater because everybody is unique in their own way. Father, we give you praise. Thank you, Jehovah. I want to say thank you to our founder, Apostle Folorunsho Alakija, for having a heart to create a program like this and to do things like this for the young people. Ma, we say thank you. I want to thank the staff of the Rose of Sharon Foundation for all the support. I want to say thank you to the IT and communication team. I want to say thank you to all the staff and workers of Rose Jean. Thank you to everyone who made today a great day. Lord, we give you praise, we give you glory. Because you have brought us safely, we trust you that you will take us back safely. We give you all the praise, we give you all the glory. In Jesus' mighty and precious name, we have given thanks. All right, we wish you all the best. God bless you all. We'll see you on social media. Please follow us. Thank you so much. All right, thank you very much. Before the picture, please take your seats. They're getting our refreshments ready, so you'll be going out in batches. So just take, in a few minutes, we'll be done with that. I have an announcement here. The venue that was graciously given to us is called the Rose of Sharon Glorious Ministry International. This is their space, and then they gave it to us as a foundation, and we are grateful. And then I was